colleagues. Good morning to colleagues from the department. I'm just checking if the minister has joined. So I can recognize him.
The minister is online, Mr. Subrati.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister Malatsi. I have been informed that the DM will be running late. We'll recognize him when he joins the platform. You're all welcome. Thank you so much for joining this portfolio committee. This morning, as Hajir has indicated, the chairperson Kosela, Honorable Kosela Sangoni Diko, is in the ad hoc committee, and I have been tasked to manage the meeting in her absence. You're all welcome to this meeting. May I then request Secretariat to please flight the agenda. And whilst you're flighting the agenda, Hajira, may I then also request the apologies for this morning's meeting.
Good morning, Acting Chairperson. We have an apology for the Chairperson, as I've just mentioned. As you indicated, the Deputy Minister will join late. We also have an apology for Ms. Singh, but Ms. Singh has indicated that she will also join late if she gets the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Let's maybe also add the apology that was sent to me directly of Honorable Mkhacha. I believe he's in Colombia. I would imagine that he's on a study tour. He will only be returning on the 3rd, so we would have that apology, will be a standing apology from Honorable Mkhacha. Hajira, have you flighted the agenda for this morning? Please.
Agenda, Mr. Subrati.
Thank you so much. Okay, so colleagues, we have to adopt the minutes of the 17th. Then we're going to be dealing with, I think, 3 new issues. The issues surrounding the policy colloquium that we know that the minister had convened last year. Then we will receive a report on the implementation of AI. As we know, there is no AI policy in the country, and this is something that the portfolio committee had recognized as an item that we need to deal with. And then we're going to deal with the national data center strategy. I'm going to propose that we move item 3 to item 2. We deal with the AI first, then we deal with the data center thereafter, and then we deal with the outcome of the policy colloquium as the last item. Because the first those two items, item 3 and 4, will fall within the direct strategy of the portfolio committee. We'd like to deal with those 2 first. And the policy colloquium is more for noting purposes, what would have been the discussions that took place at that policy colloquium. So that is my proposal. We make item 3, item 2, item 4 goes to item 3, and the policy colloquium becomes the last item. Colleagues, those are my recommendations, suggestions. May I then have any input into the agenda? And if there's no other input, colleagues, may I then seek your assistance to adopt the agenda before us, as amended, as proposed by myself.
Yeah. I move for the secondment of the agenda, Chair.
You move for the propose for the adoption. You move for the adoption.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Nkobese. May I get a seconder for the adoption of this agenda?
Second, Chair, and Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. So, colleagues, with that amendment to the agenda, let us then move to the minutes. Hajira, please take us through the minutes for the 17th.
Good morning, members. We have the minutes Tuesday, 17th of February, where our agenda item, we dealt with the first and second quarter performance, in particular FPP and ICASA. On the first page, members, we just have the attendance register. Second page, also attendance. Third page, we have the opening and welcome and the opening remarks by the minister. Just to note that the presentations were made by FPB and ICASA. We also adopted minutes and we looked at the amended program with a few changes. And we also discussed the appointment of the CASA councillors, where members gave the go-ahead for advertisements to be placed. And just finally, that a report will be drafted with observations and recommendations in terms of the Q1 and Q2. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Hajra. Honorable members, are there any inputs or comments into the minutes before we seek its adoption? Maybe, Hajra, at a moment we'll need to deal with the issue of the appointment of the subcommittee for the appointment of the CASA council. We did agree that political parties will decide who their representatives will be in that subcommittee. And maybe then we would then request Secretariat to give us a feedback in terms of what should be the composition of that subcommittee and how many members from each political party. Then political parties can then decide who will be sitting on that subcommittee. I think that guidance must be provided to the portfolio committee so then we can formally establish that subcommittee. So maybe Mr. Ngoma at the end of the meeting can give us that guidance so we can then fill in those blanks there.
Noted, Chair. We'll work on that. Thank you. Good morning, members. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. And just go up the minutes then. Yes, and just on the amended program, colleagues, I just wanted to indicate, as you know, last week, Friday, we had to cancel the meeting because we could not co-read, or there was a possibility we won't co-read. But those two items have been moved. Maybe Mr. Ngoma, you will also then give us that indication at the end how we've just adjusted the program, because I know there was a difficulty for us getting a physical space for the OEM venue. So we've had some adjustments. So we'll allow you right at the end to just then table the amended program. Colleagues, with those two comments from myself, may I then seek your guidance that we adopt these minutes? May I get someone to move the adoption of the minutes, please? Honorable Mataba.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members, and everyone on the call. I move for the adoption of the minutes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Ngobesi.
I do second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobesi. Thank you, colleagues, for your assistance in adopting these minutes. Let us now move to the substantive part of our discussion, and that is to receive the AI and the items on the AI first. Then we will deal with the items on the data center, and then the third item is the issue surrounding the policy colloquium. Maybe at this juncture, let's invite Minister Malatsi for his opening comments and opening remarks. Minister Malatsi.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning to you and to the members of the Portfolio Committee. And thank you for this opportunity to provide the committee with reporting on those three topics that you have identified. The delegation from the department will be led by the Director General, including Deputy Director General Mashologu, and also Mr. Alfred Mutu from the department. The lead on the AI policy and in terms of the update therein will be provided by DDG Mashologu, who has been leading the work in there. The key thing to note is about where the policy is right now in terms of its channels, various channels of consultation. As members would recall that we had previously published a framework around it, which went for public comment. And now the policy is being transmitted through the cabinet processes so that it can then be published for gazetting beyond that. The aspect that you had mentioned around data centers, we have the leadership from CETA led by the acting board chairperson and the acting managing director, who would be able to substantively deal with matters that emerge from therein. And as you said, Chair, with regards to the policy colloquium, that is for, even though that is for noting, I think it's important that the committee be kept abreast with what has transpired since then, but most importantly to thank the committee members who were able to participate in it. And I also recall that even some of the committee staff were present in there and helped enrich some of the discussions that emerged in there. And of course, for any of the questions that emerge from the presentations and the interactions, I'll be around for the entirety of the meeting. So with that, Chair, I'll hand over to the DG and the teams to go straight into it, if you so permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Malatsi. And yes, also let us also appreciate those members who attended the colloquium and represented the Portfolio Committee at that colloquium that was convened last year, as well as the members of the staff that joined. DG, can I then invite you to the platform to lead your team? I've been informed that DG Mashalog will be leading the presentation on AI, but maybe DG, let me recognize you to lead your team, please.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to you, Chair, to all the honorable members on the platform, to the Minister and the leadership from our sector. Chair, I think I've got a bit of a noise issue, is the clearing up. May I request DDG Mashologu to kindly take you through the presentation? I'll come through at the end.
Thanks, DG.
Thank you,
DG.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and all the people on the call. Can the Secretariat assist me in sharing the presentation?
You can go ahead, sir. You've got co-right.
Okay. It is giving me a challenge there, Hajira. Can you share on your side and then maybe just give me the rights to just go through the presentation?
So someone has assisted you to flight the presentation, DDG. Can you see it?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can see that, Chair. I can see that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members,
DDG, before you proceed, may I then very, very briefly indicate to you that this is a very important item for this portfolio committee. We don't have a regulated AI framework in this country, and our task is to really move towards developing policies, etc., around that. And as you take us through this, don't assume that we are AI experts, because we are not. We are a portfolio committee. This is information, also induction. Don't assume we understand all the terms you use. Try and use elementary and simple terms so it's easy for us to grasp, easy for us to understand. So as policymakers, we can then fully grasp the content of your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. That is well noted. I think, Chair, as a start, how we are trying to position artificial intelligence for the national development in the country. So one of the important things is to note that the AI presents a transformative general purpose technology, which is comparable to the impact with the electricity and the internet. And I mean by saying that, we mean that, you know, AI has got the potential to change almost all sectors of our economy and how the societies will be able to progress going forward. And I think one of the things that we see is important is the significant opportunities, you know, that we see in key sectors of South African economy, which include, and they are not limited to some of these critical sectors where we see the healthcare. We see there has been some stride in the predictive diagnostics, resource optimization, as well as patient care, which are critical in terms of, will be advanced by the AI. The other area that we see is the area of education, where we see that you should be able to have personalized as well as digital content delivery. And I know in education, there's quite a lot of applications, but also there are some challenges that have been picked on that side as well, especially on the areas of research in the academic institutions. So those are some of the areas that we would like to address with the AI. But also, if you were to look on agriculture, we see, the use of agriculture in smart farming, as well as, the analytics in production. But also the other area that we see, and they have already started using it as well, is in finance, in finance, whereby we look on the areas of financial inclusion, risk modeling, as well as fraud detection. But I think key to that is on the public administration, which is the government as a whole, where we see that intelligent automation should be able to give us, citizen services at a better rate and also at a more advanced, rate. But also, if I can expand a bit in terms of, AI in government, where we see some of this work that we should be doing is predictive and proactive service delivery. And I think we can see the likes of, the South African Revenue Services, they've been using AI in terms of, tax collection, as well as, doing the work of, tax returns. But also we see the likes of, real-time policy and planning decision-making, where we see the AI is going to have a huge impact, but also the areas of automated case and workflow management and advanced analytics, as well as insight generation. These insights will be critical in us as government making informed decisions. But also, I think critical to that is administrative efficiency, as well as optimizing the cost of doing business as the state. So that's where we see AI will have a significant impact in terms of the government as a whole in the country. We can go to the next slide. So in terms of the background of the approach that we have taken as the country, so I think we started this work of AI some time ago, as early as 2020, where the department published, the report on Fourth Industrial Revolution. And on that report, the report placed AI as at the center of the development of the digital society. But also, I think, again, in year 2020, going towards 2021, when South Africa was the chair of the African Union, we led the development of the AI blueprint for the continent, which at that time we were working with the Smart Africa Alliance. And also between 23 and 24, so we did contribute as a country towards the development of the continental AI strategy. And I think all these efforts were looking into ensuring that we do have regional and continental policy harmonization when it comes to the issues of AI. But then in 2023 and 2024, also that's when we started looking on the establishment of the AI Institute through the AI hubs, which at that time we did the rollout at the University of Johannesburg, as well as the Tshwane University of Technology. And what we're trying to do there was to look on, skills development, but also, capacity development in terms of the applications in AI. And then they were followed by the launch of these hubs in the Central University of Technology at Stellenbosch, as well as the Central University of Technology. And those ones were focusing in the areas of food security, especially the one in Central University of Technology, as well as food processing. And the one at Stellenbosch was focusing on the strategic defense systems. So that's the work that we did. And these hubs, they had a period of 3 years. But now we are trying to see how we can actually strengthen, that area of the AI Institute in terms of anchoring it on the policy as well. And then in terms of, if we continue again, so in 2024, there was the launch of the National AI Plan at the University of Johannesburg. But on that one, we're trying to consolidate some inputs of, from the private sector, academia, as well as the civil society. And at that time, the decision was then taken that we need to start the process of developing the national AI policy, which the work then started in immediately after that seminar that we held. And then it led to the National AI Policy Framework, which was developed and published around August 2024. And that policy framework was basically a skeleton of the areas that we wanted to achieve in terms of AI and the areas that we wanted to look into. And I think we did quite a lot of benchmarking in terms of, seeing what other countries have been doing in the areas of AI. And some benchmarking involved the BRICS countries. And not BRICS countries, I think the country that we couldn't get any information was Russia and Iran. But the other countries, we did see their strategies in AI. And we did look on the other countries as well, like the likes of the Netherlands in the European area, as well as the Chile in the South America. And we did also look onto the Thailand, which is on the Far East, as well as Norway, again in Europe, and Rwanda in Africa, as well as the continental AI strategy. But also we did look on the development that has been done in terms of the European Union, in terms of the AI Act that has been published there. So we did look on all these to see what are the common themes, what are the areas that then we can craft that can be based onto the South African context. So then the policy framework was then published, and we did seek comments between August and November 2024. And these inputs we did receive from a variety of players from the private sector, academia, and public, as well as civil society. And then they were then incorporated into the development of the draft national AI policy, which is now, the minister highlighted about it, which is now in terms of the going through the cabinet system. But also some of the reasons why we actually undertook this work of developing the national AI policy. We wanted to ensure that, the risk and the benefits of AI are equally distributed across society. And by doing that, it was ensuring that, because you'll find that, currently the AI is distributed unevenly. So we are trying to say that we need to level the playing ground with the factor that is called intergenerational equity, where we're saying the risk and benefits must be distributed across, on the present and future generations. But also we're trying to position AI as a strategic enabler to support our inclusive growth as well as societal development, and also strengthen the government capacity to regulate, adopt, as well as scale AI responsibly. And as if you have said, Chair, that currently there is no real regulations on AI, there is no policy. So what we're trying to do in this policy, we need to make sure that we can develop that type of capacity to regulate AI, as well as the adoption and development of AI. But also we're looking on stimulating the local innovation ecosystem, as well as supporting job creation. We know that AI can be a catalyst, for innovation, but also supporting the job creation in the sector, in the area where we know that we are currently losing some jobs, but we see that AI can actually be a catalyst to assist us in terms of creating new job opportunities. But also we're looking on reducing the digital divide through the equitable access to the AI technologies, education, as well as the services. But also I think the last one there is the enhance, our global competitiveness in terms of, AI, as well as the partnerships in the emerging technologies. And I think these areas we have actually, unpacked significantly when we had our G20 in the country, because AI was part of, the priorities of our G20 presidency. But also I think some of the outcomes, developmental outcomes that we want to see from this policy is to improve the service, to expand the participation in the digital economy, and also enhance the quality of life for all the citizens in the country. Next slide. So some of the policy proposals that are currently on the policy. So we advocate for the following critical areas. The first one is capacity and talent development, where we are looking on building the national AI skills through education, training, and industry collaboration. But these will need to be enabled by the robust digital infrastructure, which we are seeing the development of the compute infrastructure, which is called the GPUs, graphical processing units, which are used for developing the AI solutions, as well as the connectivity. And you'll see, honorable members, that connectivity still plays a major role in terms of the development of AI as well. So it's important that as a country, we advance our connectivity, but also build, the compute capability for our sovereign AI. But also where we are looking at as well is artificial intelligence for the inclusive growth and job creation. So where we're looking on advancing the innovation, but also supporting the startups as well as the MSMEs, and also unlocking some of the new economic opportunities that can be provided by AI. And the other area that we're looking onto in terms of this proposal is responsible AI governance, where we are looking on establishing the safeguards on safety, security, and privacy. And I think, honorable members, you will understand that, there are some of the challenges on this area of AI, whereby, there are issues of safety and security, as well as privacy, where some people's data sometimes can be harvested without them knowing, but also the areas of professional accountability on the and on areas of mis and disinformation, as well as deepfakes. And I think I can stress this a little bit in saying that we have seen quite a lot of this missing and disinformation, which is perpetuated by the use of AI. So we need to make sure then that we do have, some guardrails, to make sure that we don't perpetuate this, and we don't spread, these deepfakes. And the other area that we're looking into is the ethical and inclusive AI, whereby we're looking on promoting fairness, but also mitigating bias, as well as developing the national ethical AI guidelines in the development and deployment of the AI systems. And one of the areas to highlight on this is that you'll find that, the AI systems that are not trained by the local data sets, you'll find that they will most likely have bias. So one of the things that we advocate on the policy is that, whenever you are trying to train the AI systems, you need to have, the data sets that are inclusive, that take all the demographics in the country. But it's not just the data sets that are coming from the global north, but also the African data sets. But also what we are looking on as well is to have the national ethical guidelines from both the development and the deployment of AI systems. And I think the area that I want to highlight as well on this one is to ensure that we do have what we call, the professional accountability, whereby I think it's highlighted in the previous point, whereby we are saying that whenever you are developing the AI system, so you need to make sure that, we can take you to task if, the system that you have developed can cause harm on the society. So we're trying to make sure that at least we can have those guardrails in place, and making sure that we can have all these guidelines in place that how people develop the AI systems. The other area that we are advocating on the policy is the cultural preservation as well as global integration, and in terms of the protection of cultural values, while also strengthening our international collaboration and competitiveness. On this one, what we are looking on doing is to ensure that, especially we can develop the language models, especially for the languages that have got fewer speakers. And you would know, honorable members, that currently the Khoi and Satsang languages, they have got very few minimal speakers. So we would like to have AI to digitize those languages so that we can preserve these languages. But also, we would like to use AI to digitize some of our indigenous knowledge systems, as well as the music and the art, to make sure that it can actually be used for economic development as well. But also making sure that we can protect, those indigenous knowledge systems, that they cannot be used, wrongly. So that is one of the areas that we are looking onto. But also, I think the last one is the human-centered deployment on the AI, to ensure that we do have human oversight, we do have transparency, and we do have explainability in the AI systems. On this one, we are trying to ensure that, there is always a human at the center of the AI systems. We don't want to treat AI just as a black box, but also there will always be human oversight, especially on the areas whereby you'll find that it really needs humans. And also we need to have some explainability models, whereby we are saying that if a particular decision has to be made, we need to understand how AI has actually reached, this particular decision. So those are some of the proposals that we're putting across on this policy. Next slide. So in terms of the ethical guidelines that we're looking into, so these are some of the guiding policy intent. So we're trying to ensure that we can have, we promote the trustworthy, transparent, and as well as accountable AI in the country. But also we need to ensure that we safeguard human rights, privacy, as well as data protection. And I think on some of our engagements with some of the people that are sitting on the entertainment sector, I think it's one of the areas that they have highlighted that, you know, people are just taking, you know, some of, you know, their music and they harness it and they develop it further without really, you know, protecting it. So we're trying to make sure that we do have those mechanisms to protect the data, but also protect the IP as well of the people, of the people that have developed some of these systems. But also we're trying to ensure that we embed the fairness as well as mitigate bias in the AI design and deployment. And as I mentioned before on the previous slide, ensure the human oversight in high impact AI systems, but also advance inclusive participation in AI development as well as the data sets for training AI systems that should include all demographics in the country to eliminate bias. And I think the last point I just want to highlight is to support the responsible innovation through risk-appropriate governance. And I think on this one of supporting innovation, there is what we call regulatory sandboxes, whereby you look and see what can be done on a controlled environment to test, you know, some of these AI systems, but also look on the risk associated with those. So we need to make sure that, you know, the risk is looked into as well in terms of the governance of AI. And then in terms of the proposed implementation approach, so what we are looking into is to ensure that we can develop the national ethical guidelines and standards as soon as, you know, that are part of the policy. But also we are trying to align with the existing data protection as well as cybersecurity frameworks that are already in there, and collaborate with the industry, academia, as well as civil society. And also we see that we're going to need a phased approach in terms of the adoption of AI. So we see that, you know, while we are doing this policy, the policy is not going to be only the one that is in there, but several sectors will have to then take this policy and craft sector-specific strategies that will then be tailor-made for their particular environment, because we see that the AI in healthcare is not going to be the same as AI in finance. So there will be a need to develop some of these sectoral strategies as well. So if you go to the next slide. So some of the work that we're currently doing so far, I think from last year, I think Minister highlighted some of these issues here. So we did develop, you know, the policy, the draft policy, and it went through the CS process that was in July last year. And also we're trying to demonstrate, you know, the plan, you know, and the impact of this policy in terms of the economic growth as well as, you know, the innovation leadership. Then what we did as well was to ensure that we go to all 5 government clusters, which all of them have given us a concurrence that we have to take this policy to cabinet for gazetting. And now what we are looking into on this on March 2026 is to make sure that we can go through these particular committees of the Economic Cluster Ministerial Committee, which will be sitting on the 1st week of March, and then the Cabinet Cluster Committee, which will be on the 2nd or the 3rd week of March, and then also the Cabinet, which will be later in March. And then from there on, policy will then be gazetted for public comments, which we envisage 60 days for public comments, and then we can start refining the policy, and then we can finalize the policy still on the next financial year that we're going through. If we can just go to the last, I think it's going to be the last slide. This one just highlights the process that we have taken in terms of, you know, the approach of this, that we started with the policy framework. From the framework, we did stakeholder engagement to make sure that we are aligned in everything that we're trying to do. And then we did the CS, the cluster approval, and then now we're going through, you know, the cabinet to gazette the policy, as well as the public consultations after that. And then we can refine the policy and make sure that we can have, you know, this policy adopted. But also, I think one area that I need to highlight as well is in terms of the regulation of AI. We see that some this area is not going to be regulated by one entity. So ICASA is going to be part of the regulators that will work on this. But also we did speak with the likes of the information regulator, with all other regulators as well, to see the areas that they will be regulating. So this is the process that we would like to follow. So we need to make sure that the policy is finalized, in this next financial year, but also sectoral strategies can be developed as well, which includes, the ethical guidelines, but also looking on also the regulations to be developed, and then, going through the final implementation of the policy in all its recommendations that we're putting forward. I think I will end at that, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG Mashologo, for your very succinct, precise presentation and most welcome presentation to the Portfolio Committee, and well received. We have been looking forward to understanding what the department has been doing in the background in the entire regulatory space of AI. So we certainly welcome your presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to allow us, because of the importance of this presentation, I'll allow us to engage this presentation before we move on to the next presentation. And I think we have been benefited by the fact that the presentation was fairly brief, and therefore we have the benefit of some time. So the floor is open to recognize members' hands for engaging the presentation. Honorable Matafa will go first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, good morning to yourself, Chair. Chair, I request to keep my video off due to the location that I'm in at the moment, if you allow me.
That is fine, Honorable Matafa. You may proceed.
I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you very much. Greetings to the Minister. I was not aware that he was on the platform earlier. And the DG, everyone that I would have left out. Chair, let me thank the presentation. It really assists with our work of doing oversight. I'm only going to have a few questions. As you did indicate that the presentation was very succinct. So the first one, Chair, and for me, which is a burning issue, not only for the party that I represent, but for the country in general, the issue of employment creation. The presentation does speak to that. But my question would be, will there be a way that maybe targets will be put in place to say once this AI policy has been finalized and it's being implemented, we think that it will create so many jobs? Because I think for us, it is important to be able to know how much job creation potential is there on the back of this AI policy. But equally, that will speak to us seeing this intervention as an economic driver. Because in many instances, you would find other countries are already moving in that direction, where AI is considered as an economic driver and the government plays very close to its development. The second question, Chair, is speaking about other countries. The minister hosted an AI conference here in Cape Town, if I remember correctly. Now, my question would be, how aligned is our policy in those discussions? Because my question, Chair, is based on the fact that when we play, we must also try to play big and continue to be a leading force in the continent. So my plea is that our AI should not speak only in terms of the South African context, but we must be a continental player, which will then be able to influence the policy direction on this particular subject. Because I think that other European countries might have frameworks, might have implemented their policies. I know one European country has an AI minister already in parliament. So I think that maybe it's important for us as members of parliament to know how aligned our policy is, firstly, to the continental view, which could have emanated from the conference in Cape Town or any other, as well as the global outlook as far as the AI economy is concerned. Chair, I would have heard DDG speak about protecting the integrity and the owners of this particular generation or developments around AI. My question is simple. How are we going to be able, through the policy, to protect cross-border data sharing, whereby in the event data is generated through AI systems in South Africa, but it ends up across the border? Is there a way that will be able to still protect those that would have generated that particular data within our borders? And that speaks, Chair, to the body that will play regulatory oversight. If maybe we can be taken into confidence in terms of what the policy says. Will there be a separate a regulatory body, or oversight will continue being done through the existing bodies? I had a last one, Chair, which maybe I will skip because now my notes are. I can't see clearly. No, Chair, let me pause there, Chair. I'm just missing one, but I think those, if they can be responded to, I'll really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matafo, for some very probing questions there. You well received and well appreciated. Honorable Potlani, recognize you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister, the DG, and the meeting. Chair, thank you. I think this was really a well-thought presentation, a really informative presentation. And I was also worried that we will be facing a lot of technical jargon, but it really was simplified. And perhaps to take off, Chair, to say, I don't think we can really overstate the importance of having a national AI policy. Maybe let me ask what I was going to ask as my last question. DDG Mashologu says the timelines is for the policy to at least be completed within the 2027-2028 financial year. The question then is there a possibility of bringing it closer? Because already we are coming a bit too late into the game. And with all the processes that still needs to happen, does he anticipate any challenges? That would be the first question. And I'm really happy because one of my questions was going to be, as he spoke about this being an opportunity for predictive diagnosis as a resource, he spoke about health, education, agriculture, and other departments. And I was going to ask about stakeholder engagement. I think I really appreciated the length that he went to speak to us about how they are also engaging institutions of higher learning. So I'm answering my own question, Chair. Chair, perhaps the question that Honorable Matafo asked, let me ask it differently, to say, how do we compare to other countries? For example, DDG Mashologu talks about how, as a chair, we were able to contribute to the blueprint of, is it the African Union, I think, I speak under correction. With us having played that major role, how do we then compare, to example, to certain countries, to the African Union, for example, to countries in the global south? Did we also benchmark against those? And as Honorable Matafo says, we really must position ourselves as leaders in everything that we do. And we speak about taking people along. What collaboration do we have, for example, with an organization such as NEMISA, as a media training institution for South Africa? Are we having conversations about NEMISA, including these sort of frameworks into their curriculum? If not, why not? And I can't think of any other. Perhaps there's another one that they can give an example to say these are the people that we are speaking to, so that we don't only start having the conversation in 2027, 2028 at the approval of the policy. And DDG Mashologu also spoke about how we need to advance connectivity. Specific to this policy, how are we advancing connectivity? We know that we are still lagging on the SA Connect. We know that we are still lagging on the analog switch off. So specific to this policy, how are we advancing technology? And thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Budlani. Honorable Megan Choki Adonis, Honorable Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chair. And through you, may I keep my camera off?
You may, Honorable Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself and honorable members on the platform, the Minister, Deputy Minister, DGs and DPGs on the platform. I would like to also echo the same sentiments in terms of appreciating the presentation that has been presented before us and really giving us an insight on the work that has already been done in terms of the AI policy and really giving us a direction as a country so that we're able to catch up with the broader global network as well. My questions are centered around various aspects. So the first one would be in terms of, and I think Honorable Matafa also spoke to this, in terms of the job and skills development and creation. Perhaps we would want to know in terms of what has been done to scale that up and what type of intended impact are we looking at? Are we going to be having any specialized institutions, or would we work through the institutions that are already existing, such as the universities, the TVET colleges, etc.? And will this training and education of AI also be taken to basic education, which I think is quite instrumental, which we have seen already, but it's only done within the private, schools. But we'd like to see it in mainstream schools across all private and government academic institutions, where we are seeing AI being introduced at early childhood development level. And I think as the policy, what is the guideline that is then given also to the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education in terms of the skills development and the training on AI and really understanding the development of the policy? My next question would be, taking into consideration that we know, Chairperson, that many South Africans are out of the reach of enabling technology. Now, being out of the reach of enabling technology, it means that we've got millions of South Africans that are disadvantaged from enabling and powerful technology, such as smartphones, etc. This with the policy currently and also with the plans that have been put together, the framework, how does it seek to bridge the digital divide? And what does that look like, where it will not have any negative prejudice against those who are disadvantaged and unable to afford smartphone and enabling technology? And I think there needs to be a roadmap toward that, because the plan, even in the NDP, it speaks about bridging the digital divide. And I think that's quite instrumental, that when we are developing any form of legislative framework or policy, we must start at that level of how do we ensure that those who are previously disadvantaged and who fall within the cracks of the digital division are the ones that we start with our implementation and our planning. Chair, this also links with those who are persons with disabilities. Now, we know that technology in South Africa is not affordable and not always accessible. And this is because we have seen that the technology is being imported rather than innovated and developed in the country. I would like to find out, with the current work that has been done, what do we seek to also achieve in terms of localizing the innovation and production of enabling AI within the country? And what are some of the instruments that have been put in place or are proposed to enable this aspect of localizing technology and AI products and services? And I think we would speak about the likes of IDC, the likes of TIA, etc. One would want to have an appreciation of what has been the stakeholder engagement at that level, where we are able to remove some of the red tape to enable the production of AI solutions within the country, and us becoming also providers to the continent and the broader global market as well. Chair, then I move to data sovereignty. And this is quite important. And I think we've labored on this many a times outside of just the AI, including the CETA, etc. what do we have in terms of our mechanisms that are put in place on data sovereignty in order for us to protect the data that will be absorbed or consumed by the AI solutions that will be in the country? And I think we must look at how that data is going to be stored, the sovereignty of it, and also how it's going to enable government and society in terms of moving forward and maybe probably addressing many of the challenges that we're faced with, including service delivery. Chairperson, we look at water and sanitation. How is AI going to assist us in this instance? How is it going to also provide support or provide an insight for education and other sectors as well? And we spoke about the agricultural sector, we spoke about the health, etc. Human, what is the home affairs? How do we ensure that that data that is going to be consumed will be protected? Is it going to be centralized? Is it going to be decentralized? Will it be sitting with various departments in terms of the responsibility of establishing a data center? And what is the investment plan, if there's an investment plan and business case study that has been conducted around that? Taking into consideration, Chairperson, that CETA, we know some of the departments have opted to outsource some of their services, which obviously then ultimately puts us also at a risk in terms of ensuring that our data is protected, and also knowing that government is utilizing the likes of your Microsoft, etc. What are we going to do to protect the country and its information and data and South African citizens' personal information? Chair, when it comes to the, in terms of the colloquium that took place, one would want to find out what has been done already. And if it's mentioned in the presentation, I do sincerely apologize. I just want it to be broadly expanded in terms of what has already been done since the colloquium took place. Has there been further engagement from that? What were the outcomes of that particular colloquium? What were the takeaways that one would then come and sit and say, the colloquium was a success, these were the takeaways, and this is what we're going to be implementing or integrating or considering coming from that particular colloquium? My last one, Chairperson, in terms of connectivity, and I think Honorable Budlani touched on this, SA Connect, etc. One would want to find out, would we find ourselves having a duplication of responsibility or work? And how do we ensure that we sort of streamline that with the state-owned entities as well in terms of data connectivity? In the policy, does it provide a guideline to the MNOs in terms of how they would then be rolling out, connectivity, fiber, etc., utilizing the AI policy? And my very last one, apologies, Chairperson, it would be, what is the in terms of the policy development, will departments individually have to also develop their own AI-based policy, or will it be all centralized and the departments would have to comply with this particular one that has been drafted by the Department of Communications and Digital Technology? Or will this be a baseline guiding document to other departments as well? And then who will then be the custodian of ensuring accountability, oversight, and implementation? I think, Chairperson, I will stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Adonis. Honorable Elisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and my colleagues in this meeting, Chairperson. Chair, thank you. I think I'm firstly interested to know, Chair, if the government wants to build, these big computers and cables for AI, who will actually own them? I'm just interested to find out if it will be like the people of South Africa through the government, or it will be another, handover these private companies like MTN or these American tech corporations to get to control, our data and get rich from us. Adding to that, Chair, I'm wondering if the department has considered how we actually stop these foreign companies, these big foreign companies, from just taking, our information and using it to make money elsewhere, while they leave us with, these low-paying jobs, because that's what usually happens in projects like this, Chairperson. And my other area of interest, Chair, we all know, that these companies use the new technology to cut costs, which actually means, what that means then, it means firing people to replace them with machines. I wonder now if the department has sat down, and counted how many jobs. I'm wondering if anyone actually has sat down and counted how many jobs might be, affected by this, because we already have a crisis of high unemployment, Chairperson. So if a cashier or an admin worker loses their job to a computer, what is a real plan? I heard the DDG saying that AI will create jobs. Saying that is not a plan. What is the actual plan? Like if our people lose, jobs to these computers, what is the plan? What plan do we have for them? My other question, Chair, is that where will all this information actually be stored? Will it be controlled? Will it be in America or China, or in areas where we can't control it? Because we must be interested and we must know where all this information will be stored, or we will have companies that will be making money and we have a South African government that is not even making profit from the data that is being used. And maybe the last one, Chair, is that when a company or government uses AI and maybe it gives wrong information, right? Let's say wrong information, or it discriminates, who will be responsible for that? Will it be someone with real power? Like who accounts for all those things, like the disinformation, the discriminations and things that AI will be doing? And lastly, Chair, they say they want to make like public consultations. It's really the last one. I see you smiling, Chair. They say they want to, hold public consultations. What does this mean? Does it mean just, like posting something online, or they will actually send people to the township and rural areas to sit down with our people and explain, all of this in a way that they can understand? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gilishe. Honorable Ngobesi.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. Good morning once again to you, Chair, to the Minister, and good morning to the DG and DDG, and good morning to our colleagues. Chair, the disadvantage of speaking last is the fact that most of the items will then be taken by previous speakers. But thank you for the opportunity once again. Because my worry, Chair, was how is the information is going to be protected, taking into consideration the POPI Act and all other legislation that we have. And the second one was about availability as well as affordability by disadvantaged communities, especially those that are living in most rural areas. So all those items, I think, have been touched on. And thank you for the opportunity. I won't repeat them.
Well, thank you, Honorable Ngobese. And I'm actually going to be the last one, so I have to innovate and maybe use some AI to help me along. So maybe let me start off by a statement and invite a comment on that. When I represented the committee at the Global Tech Summit in India in April last year, and I think we did table a report on my visit, speaking to various players from around the world, and when I spoke, I think I raised the issue on AI. The India's view is that they have not really developed advanced AI regulation. They believe AI overregulation stifles innovation. So I'm making a statement and I'm inviting comment. Whereas EU have a total opposite across many areas. EU has actually found that they overregulate, and that has stifled innovation. So maybe a comment from the colleagues on the call. I thought I'd just deposit that comment that was made in India. Colleagues, DDG, why haven't you shared the 14 strategic pillars with us? You speak of 14 strategic pillars. I'm sure these are quite important pillars. You haven't shared that with us. I think my colleagues have raised the issue around job creation and job losses. How then do you address this fear, not only among South Africans, around the world, that AI replaces humans? And given the fact that by and large, we are an extremely unskilled population in South Africa due to the historical injustices that we've suffered, how then do we give assurance that as we embrace AI, the net gain to the ordinary persons would be more jobs versus what gets lost? I think that fear of job losses needs to be addressed if South Africans across areas are going to embrace AI. Maybe the question is around this would be the department outlines a policy that began in 2020, and it will only reach final cabinet approval in 2027, 2028, and that would place us about approximately 2 years, over 2 years, but nearly a decade after AI began reshaping the South African economy. Now, during this legislative vacuum, private sector actors are already employing AI across various sectors: financial services, recruitment, insurance, and media, without any South African regulatory oversight. Now, maybe my questions around that is, what interim enforcement or regulatory measures are in place or can we put in place to protect citizens from the harmful AI deployment whilst the formal policy unfolds? That'll be my first question. And then maybe what accountability mechanisms exist if the 2027-28 timeline is not met? Because, honorable members, for a developmental state, I would argue that we are too slow for a developmental state. And maybe linked to this, we've all are aware, if you're not aware, of this Grok AI program that undresses real human beings, and I'm talking females have been undressed. I haven't seen from anyone in the government space, and maybe focus specifically on the Department of Communications, any kind of condemnation, any kind of guidelines, any kind of interim conscientization amongst the people of this country that you can't be doing things like this, where you take real human beings and women in particular and you undress them. Has anybody spoken about this? Has any ministry or the communications ministry or department created an awareness? Please appraise us, because it can't be as government we see something that AI is interfering in the lives of people and the human rights, and we stay quiet. So I think I'd like that matter to be addressed, because we are in a regulatory vacuum and we are experiencing the harm of AI. Let me cite another example. There was a case where the entire affidavit, or the founding affidavit, was thrown out of court by the judge because the affidavit contained it contained cases that were arbitrary and never existed. And it was subsequently found out that this entire documentation was created using AI.
Recording stopped.
And this AI used arbitrary and fictitious cases that never existed. Now, this is a kind of harm that's being caused in society. And we are in an unregulated environment. I'd really like us to talk about the interim measures around that day. Now, we speak of maybe the department acknowledges that AI data sets must, and I quote, include all demographics in the country to eliminate bias, unquote. Maybe given, and I think colleagues of mine has touched on this, maybe given South Africa's deep structural inequalities, what mandatory or auditable requirements will government put in place to ensure that AI systems that are deployed in public services, such as social grants, such as policing, such as healthcare and education, they don't perpetuate or amplify systemic discrimination? And maybe then aligned to that, who will be empowered to enforce these standards? An additional question is, given that our public sector employs millions of South Africans, many of whom work in administrative roles that is susceptible to AI automation, what is government's explicit policy commitment to protecting public sector employment? Now, colleagues of mine have talked about this. Maybe has a sectoral jobs impact assessment been conducted? And how will the principle of job creation, as cited in AI policy, be reconciled with efficiency-driven automation that the same policy promotes? And I think that job sector impact assessment would be important for us to reflect upon. I think the question—
Recording in progress.
Department references AI as a general purpose technology with transformative potential. However, it's not clear how the national AI policy aligns with specific NDB targets, particularly, again, on employment creation, on poverty reduction, and on equality. Maybe has a formal alignment analysis been conducted between the AI policies framework of the 14 strategic pillars, which we haven't had sight of, and the MTSF 2024 to 2029. And I think for this, the following point is very important, and maybe I saw something coming up in the chat. I didn't read it, but South Africa has 12 official languages. And with the majority of our people primarily communicating in the indigenous African languages. And we all know that most AI systems, including large language models and voice recognition tools, are trained predominantly on English data, creating a structural bias, if we can call that excludes non-English speaking, non-English speakers from the benefits of these AI-driven public services. Maybe aligned to that preamble, what provisions in the AI policy address the development and the deployment of AI systems in all 12 official languages? And maybe what investment specifically is being directed towards indigenous language data sets and AI tools? And maybe my last point, and forgive me if it's not my last point, Honorable Tidisha, the presentation cites crime detection as one of the applications of AI embedded data analytics. Now, and I'm talking of crime detection. Now, internationally, AI-powered surveillance and predictive policy tools have been shown, unfortunately, to disproportionately target Black and low-income communities, generating significant amount of civil and even human rights concerns. Aligned to this preamble, what ethical guardrails will be applied specifically to AI systems to ensure that law enforcement used in the context of law enforcement and public order contexts in South Africa? Let me make that my last one, because my last one is going to talk about what interventions maybe will accompany AI deployment to ensure that citizens without smartphones, without connectivity or digital literacy are not left behind, and how will we monitor this? Thank you so much. Maybe let me hand back then to maybe Minister, let me hand to you, and then you can lead your team, direct them to respond. Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair and the members of the committee for all those questions. I think it will be best that we handle the responses this way, that we let the team do the actual responses, particularly on the technical elements, and then we'll deal with some very specific questions that particularly I think Honorable Matafa and Bodlani also raised, and then we'll take it that way. And also just to welcome the Deputy Minister who has joined us. And then we'll do the responses that way, Chair. So over to DDG Mashologu.
No, thank you, Minister, for that. I think, honourable members, if I can just start, there are some questions that I will ask my colleague Dumisani Sondlo to deal with. I will deal with some of the questions. So I think if I can start with the questions from Honorable Matafa, the employment creation, Dumisani will deal with that question. But if we were to look on the conference that we held in Cape Town under the G20, the AI for Africa conference, so yes, we are aligned with the, in terms of our policy with other countries. And you will remember, Honorable Matafa, that as I said, that before we even developed this policy, one of the things was to look on what other countries are doing, what are their strategic pillars that they are focusing on. And then from there on, we did actually look on saying that we have to align, our policy also to the global benchmarks, but also making sure that we do look on the country-specific priorities as well, So we are currently aligned with that. But also we did, we are tracking the developments that are happening also in our region as well. I know Zimbabwe just published their AI strategy as well. And I know that Ethiopia and Rwanda, they have got their strategies as well. But also Nigeria, they have been developing a policy as well. But Dumisani will expand a little bit on some of the other countries that we did look into. But we did specifically look on some of the countries, but also look on the continental AU AI strategy, which has been, if we were to find out, some of the areas that are on our policy, they are actually found in that as well. In terms of protecting the cross-border data transfer, I think my colleague, Mr. Moto, on his data center strategy will deal with that because some of these you'll find that the work that we're currently doing under the AI, because it leverages significantly on data. So we are dealing with some of these issues under, our data and cloud policy, as well as, the significant work that we're currently doing in there. But I think it's important to note that it's going to be one of the challenging issues because as we understand that, we are trying to advance digital trade, but also there is an African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So it's important to see how we can leverage, these two initiatives in terms of, the data flows as well. Should we keep our data purely in the country, or should we make sure that there is some data that will be shared, but that will be used for development of the continent as well, that we can share? So I think those are some of the conversations that we are currently having as well. If I can go to Honorable Bodlani's questions. Honorable Bodlani, we will try on our side to ensure that, the policy is actually brought forward. At least the minister is here and the deputy minister. So if maybe they can also assist maybe on the cabinet processes as well in terms of, making sure that we can get this policy over the line. Because for us, if we can get, the policy gazetted, later on this coming month, then at least we should be able to push through and make sure that by probably, mid of the next financial year, we will always be finalizing, the final policy. So, but I think, our executives will also guide on that in terms of, pushing through the other processes that on our side, we are also assisting. And in terms of the comparing to the other countries, yes, we are comparing Honorable Potlani to the other countries. So the blueprint that we developed with Smart Africa Alliance, and it was to inform, what countries should be looking into in terms of their development of AI. So we have been working with some of these countries as it is now as well, but also in terms of taking people along, we are working with a variety of stakeholders, including, the DSI, including, the NEMISAs of this world. But also, I think the other area that, the policy advocate, which was part of the FOIA report as well, was the establishment of the AI Institute. And it is still the area that we will still want to pursue, but it might not be the shape and form that was done in previously. But one of the things is that we try not to establish many institutions, but making sure that we can actually use the existing institutions that are already developed in the state, and use those, to make sure that we can actually push some of these. And in terms of connectivity, we are not going to be doing connectivity as part of this policy, but the connectivity we did highlight as it's one of the critical pillars to ensure that, the development of AI can be advanced. So, which means that the branches in the department and the other stakeholders that are doing the connectivity, they need to assist us in that regard. Otherwise, if we also try to push for connectivity, we might find that we are duplicating the efforts. But on our side, it was to ensure that we just make sure that we highlight that we're gonna need robust connectivity if we are to develop AI responsibly, and also we can have everybody having access to the AI. If I can go to Honorable Adonis Chauke's questions, there's jobs and skills. Yes, we are seeing that there are some sectors that will be impacted, but I think on some of the educational initiatives that we are saying is that we have to look, sectorally and see which sectors are going to be affected by this work as well, and so that we can start, the areas of skills development as well, making sure that people can be retrained on the other skills, because one of the things that we see is that, some jobs will be lost, but there will be some new jobs that will be created. But I think on our consultations with, the networks and the likes also, we will see, some of these impacts. That's why, we are saying that the policy is not going to be done only by the department, but it's going to be a national policy that will impact everybody. And I think as part of, the training, some of the critical areas that we put there is that the AI training needs to start from the foundation stages, all the way. And I think it's carefully put, in some of the policy proposals as well. And in terms of, the enabling technologies, yes, it's one of the areas that we are advancing on the policy. But you'll recall that also we will be looking on the other, stakeholders to assist us in terms of developing, these enabling technologies. But also the innovation, I think we see that if the country has to drive, this AI, significantly, we need to have some commitment in terms of R&D in the country. So that's where we are working with the likes of science and innovation, but also DTIC as well, because we see that, we're going to have to pull together all the resources to make sure that we can build, the innovation ecosystem. There are some innovation, that we see thriving already, in the department, and some of the innovators that we are incubating in the department that are doing some good work in terms of AI. So we are looking on, advancing that as well. But also one of the areas I think we were advancing on the G20 as well was the availability of data. And I know this is one of the areas that, when you look on the private sector, they will say that no, they need to avail, and they are looking purely on the government data. What we are saying that the data needs to be availed for innovation, both the data from the private sector as well as the data from public sector. But we need to make sure that we protect, the citizen sensitive data. So that's why then we are working with the relevant legislations as well, like the likes of your POPI Act to ensure that, we don't, expose, the people's sensitive data and, on all these. And I think the area of data sovereignty, that's why I'm saying that, Mr. Moto will deal with some of these areas. But when it comes to data storage and data center investment, so some of the things that we see from the government point of view, we are still unpacking to see that, because currently SITA, I think SITA, they are here on the call as well. So SITA, they do have the government private cloud ecosystem that they have got, and CSIR does have the Center for High Performance Computing. And we're seeing that from the state point of view, in terms of developing the compute capabilities, as well as the data storage, for at least for government, I think these are the two institutions that will be critical to ensure that we can build the capability of AI, the compute as well as, the storage capabilities using these two institutions. But also one of the areas that we are advocating is the use of open source software. And it's the work that we are trying now to advance, to say that rather than, leveraging on the likes of, the multinationals, we need to start building, some of, the work in terms of open source, but also build the capabilities of the country, because there are quite a lot of software developers in the country. We just need to harness that and make sure that we can start developing, our own solutions in terms of, developing the AI. If I can go to Honorable Delicia's questions, in terms of the owner of compute, that's what I've just highlighted there before, that we see for the state that we'll try to work with both SITA as well as CSIR in terms of owning the compute capabilities, and ensuring that then what we will try to do as well is going to be part of our broader strategy of implementing AI, whereby we will look on, developing, the AI ecosystem, the data centers of AI in the country, same as what we have done with the cloud computing. So that is the work that we will actually be doing. And in terms of, we're trying to avoid the areas. That is why it's important then to fast track this policy, so that, people can adopt AI responsibly, because I know that, there will be some organizations that will try to say that, okay, we can cut costs using AI, and then we can just, eliminate all these people that are working here. So it's important that, all the sectors, we work together and make sure that we can have and adopt AI responsibly. And when we see that there will be some job losses, try to reskill these people so that they can do, some other areas as well. And the areas of mis and disinformation, it's one of the areas that, my colleague under media and content, we are looking and seeing that, what can be done in terms of, making sure that we can prevent the mis and disinformation, because we see that, this is one of the areas that are quite problematic when it comes to AI, because people can just create content, AI-generated content, and they can just spread it, and people will believe on some of these things. But these are some of the areas that will also, strengthen hardly when we do the public consultation. And the consultation, we're not just going to publish the document and put it there for the people, to comment, but we will go to the communities. We'll make sure that we do the road shows, we go to all the areas and make sure that people understand the work that we're trying to do in terms of AI. Honorable Ngobese's questions, I think it was more on the POPIA. Yes, we are looking on, we are working already with the information regulator to make sure that, we are aligned in terms of, what will be the measure that will be put in place, especially on the areas of, the protection of personal information when it comes to AI. And if I can deal with the questions of Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Subrathi, one of the things that we are trying to do when it comes to AI, we do understand that it's not going to be easy to regulate AI, So what we have seen and what the approaches that we're putting is that, we'll have to look on, what is appropriate for them, because there are various models, that are there, which include your data justice approach, which includes your just AI approach and risk-based approach, as you just alluded as well. So we see that, we're going to have a mix of these regulatory approaches when it comes to AI, because if we were to look on, some of the critical initiatives, like say in finance, you're not going to be applying, the similar methodology when you're regulating AI in finance as well as, AI in agriculture. So what we're doing is to say that, the sectors, we will work with them and they can come up, with the regulatory approaches that will be, important for them as well in terms of, developing, this work. But if I can also touch in terms of the 14 pillars, I think those pillars, they actually form part of the policy. I think if I just highlight a few of them, it would be education, training, and industry collaboration. That was the first one. Second one was digital infrastructure. The third one was research, development, and innovation, but also AI for startups, MSMEs as innovation. And the other one was safety and security, privacy and data protection, provincial responsibility, ethical AI guidelines development, fairness and mitigating bias, global collaboration, as well as promotion of cultural and human values. And I think the last few would be the human control of technology, transparency, as well as sufficient explainability, as well as private sector implementation. And I think these were part of the document that we published. They are the public knowledge. So these are some of the pillars that we've actually looked into. And in terms of, what can be done as well, so we currently relying on what we call self-regulation on some, and I think at least in the country, we haven't seen, much of the country, of the companies that have actually deviated, in terms of, regulating AI. But, we are working with a lot of companies. I know that the financial services, their body there, we did work with them as well. And we had a couple of workshops with them on some of the approaches that they are currently taking. And I think I highlighted the issues of, South African Revenue Services. They've been using AI as well. So one of the things that we are doing is to say that, at least from the public administration point of view, we will work also on developing some guidelines and making sure that people can use, AI responsibly as well. And also the areas of, inequality. That's why we are saying that we need to have the human oversight, especially if we were to look on, say, for instance, you apply for a particular service in government. We can't use AI as just a black box, but we have to make sure that we do have, the human oversight in terms of, making sure that these decisions there, they have got a human in control of them. But the alignment in terms of the current MTTP, yes, the policy is aligned to the MTTP, because also we're looking on driving the AI for economic growth, but also we're looking on making sure that we can, create employment by AI. We know that we're going to be using, losing some of the jobs, but also we know that I think we can also have AI as a catalyst for the economic development. So in terms of the indigenous languages as well as LLM development, so some of the areas that we advocate on the policy as well, but it's some of the work that we will engage SABC, because one of the things that we saw is that if we were to look on, the dramas that were done in the 80s and the early 90s in SABC. So if we're speaking in Sotho there, you'll see that it was authentic Sotho. So I think we can use the data there to develop, the large language models for all, at least 11 or 12 languages in the country. But also that is why I said that, we will work, to develop some of these large language models, especially, and also looking on the languages that have got lower speakers in the country, like if you look on the languages of the Khoi and the San. And in terms of, I think the last one on your one, Honorable Supathi, was, in terms of crime detection. That is why we are saying that, the policy will be an overarching document, but then various sectors will have to look and say that what is appropriate to us. Because if now we can deal with each and every specific issue, like in crime detection, these are some of the areas there, profiling of, when you see the crime has been committed, and you find that the language models, that are used, or the data sets that are used in there, they will most likely, profile a Black person at the center of that. So that's where then we will work with the crime detection units as well, and that sector as well, to make sure that whenever they are putting the guardrails as well, they look on all those aspects as well. I would like to hand over to my colleague Dumisani to just deal with the few remaining questions. Dumisani, over to you with your acceptance, Chair.
Dumisani?
Very much, Chair. I have a feeling that Mr. Mashologu has actually taken care of everything, and I think for me, it's just to really express how impressed I am really with the quality of the questions which have come through, and it just shows that we're going to have quite a policy which has gone through the real sausage making process, which is not a low quality policy. And one of the things we focused on in developing this policy is to keep the simplicity of how we express things, and that is going to actually take us and actually hold us in good stead when we are now doing the public presentations or the public consultations. Chair, what you raised, you talked about the matters of overregulation and the matter of the EU. Indeed, when we did the benchmarking exercise, we found this to be very, very clear that we did not look just at the text of what was written in those laws, but we also looked at the effects. What seems to be the effect of the regulation that came perhaps with the EU? We meet people now in person who are showing us what a problem it has become to implement those EU regulations, how much they need a myriad of lawyers in order to just implement the regulations that were put in place through the EU. And as a result, our approach is really middle of the road in South Africa. We always have to do everything tethered on the Constitution. Our Constitution is very, very clear. There's no law, there's no action which can be taken in South Africa, particularly in the public service, which is not in line with this supreme law of the land. So for us, that is the first port of call. So we have to have regulation in order to make sure that people are protected. Secondly, we have to have protection in order to make. We have to have this policy in order to make sure that we have a policy lever upon which we can stimulate economic growth, ensure that the social well-being, but also ensure that we position our country deliberately as a leader in innovations. So what we see, for instance, in the United States, they're basically saying we're not going to regulate, and that's a bit of a problem. For all of us. But Europe, on the other side, have regulated in the way that they did, and so what we need to make sure as South Africa is that we are not caught in this false choice between so-called not regulating and over-regulating, but making sure that the interests of South Africa are always kept at the center of what we do. That is the reason we've put together this policy. Mr. Mashologu also talked about the 14 pillars. The 14 pillars have actually been subsumed in the 6 key pillars, which now make up this policy. So what we also want to do, Chair, in terms of, you talked about the large language models. The large language model, the genius behind them is that if you're able to develop language models in South Africa, which take into account all the languages which people normally don't communicate through, let's say on the larger internet, and languages which are usually not picked up by the large language models. What you then do is you bring in some of the knowledge which is embedded under those languages. The core languages, the Xhosa languages and the Sotho languages. There's a lot of medical data which is embedded in these languages. So as we develop these language models, what we also do, which is now going to have implications for IP, is that we bring to the fore knowledge which was before not easily accessible. So, for instance, in Europe, people didn't know what it took for instance, for my mother in the middle of the night to get me as a little baby healed and fixed from certain ailments which are known in the society that I've grown up in. And where there's a grandma or a mother just down the road who knew exactly what to do in order to help me with those ailments. That indigenous knowledge is going to come up to the fore. And now it comes back to one of the questions that I think it was Honorable Delisha who mentioned it. It's about extraction now. Suddenly, this data is being made available for someone who's going to now extract it and begin to create medical knowledge and medical systems that they would want to now protect. And so we're going to have to be very vigilant as South Africans when it comes to that. So we must make sure that we involve everybody, and it's going to be very important that we do that through these public consultations. We've had consultations, we've talked to people at the Department of Arts and Culture, and it's very, very clear that there is a vigilance within that when it comes to indigenous knowledge systems. And I mean, this policy actually helps us in terms of that. So when it comes to data sovereignty, I think my DDG has actually explained these things very well. When you talk about sovereignty, some of the things you got to look out for are our AI imperatives. What are our capabilities, and what do we want to do in terms of economic growth, national security, cultural preservation, and innovation? But then with that, we use that in order to then develop an AI ecosystem. So there must be a system or an ecosystem of innovators, of developers and scientists, as well as entrepreneurs and enterprise customers, which must be supportive to government, but must be supported by government. So, for instance, if you look at a country like Korea, what they've done is, with the tools that are made available by companies like NVIDIA and others, who control the development of the processors that are required for running, data centers and the like. What they do is they use, for instance, the grant system, where you have the university researchers and the others, and some of that is tied to now having some of the systems that are built to be co-owned by government. So the researchers would own, but government would actually co-own as part of that. And what that does is it gives reach to a platform which could have been developed and just stored in a university. That system now has enough reach. It can actually be placed in the hands of communities who would develop their own language models using it. But as part of sovereignty, you talk about an AI-ready workforce. Those are some of the questions that came up here. So we talked about mapping as mandated by this policy. This policy is going to mandate that we map the sectors, and we say which of the sectors are going to be affected by the changes that are going to take place, and therefore what strategy do we have to follow as a country. And that then leads to the development of the AI models, and the data, as I think Mr. Moto is going to explain how we want to protect the data and how we want to locate the data. And that, at the very base of that, would then be, for instance, AI factories. And AI factories provide what is called platform as a service, where if you just want to use if you just want to use AI, let's say you're a university and you cannot afford to really build your own infrastructure, then on those AI factories, you would be able to request and pay based on, for instance, pay-per-use model, and be able to access, to access the capability to run AI and compute and actually seem to even have infrastructure. And we actually believe that this should go into the universities, the TVET colleges, and even the community colleges out there, so that South Africans can actually do some of what's required. Now, the last matter that I'm going to talk about is the matter of employment. So when we were doing the cluster consultations, what we did is we asked a question in the clearinghouse of the economic sector cluster. And this question had to do with actual employment. What are the numbers that we are really looking at? So we went, of course, and asked some of our partners. There's a key partner who works with us in the G20. One of our knowledge partners known as Research ICT Africa, premier research entity, which is based at the University of Cape Town. What they were able to write to us was a document which showed us that, for instance, in Kenya, because of BPO, the fact that a lot of these jobs are now filtered through to countries which are AI ready, and that BPO? Then that showed us the clarity of what could be possible. But we also ran an internal study which showed us some numbers, particularly through BPO. So it's very clear to us, Honorable Chair, that we are. I think the net numbers actually justify that we actually go forward with a policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sondlu. DDG, the floor is still yours to lead the responses. I'm guided by you. Mr. Sondlu, you used the word BPO. You didn't explain what's BPO.
I apologize. That would be business process outsourcing. So where, for instance, some jobs which are based overseas, companies would say, we think that South Africa would be the best placed geographic area as well as cultural and language area, which can actually carry out this work. So for instance, call center work, the transcription of some of the legal services, and so where you're able to take data of what is happening in those countries and be able to digitize it in South Africa and send it back to those countries as digitized data. Thank you.
Thank you. DDG, I'm assuming that you have done. Is there any further responses from the department?
No, I think on my side, Honorable Chair, I am done on my side. Maybe the minister and the deputy minister would like to come in, but I'm done on my side from the technical side. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me check with DG. DG, you want to make any additions to my responses? We'll go to DM and then we'll finish at the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the responses have been succinct, so I'm not going to be long. I think that there's just perhaps two critical issues, or three, if I may just quickly highlight. I'm happy and I'm with regards to the welcomeness from the Portfolio Committee. I think then it adds on to the national position with regards to the need for us to have this AI policy. I do share the sentiments with Honorable Budlani that we obviously need to look at the timeframes. A lot of work has already been done. And I think it's very important that we basically set forward a nationwide policy position with regards to where we want to take the artificial intelligence and how it, where do we see the opportunities in terms of the innovation? Where do we see the opportunities in terms of improving efficiencies? And that talks to the issues of job creation, honorable members. I think what we are seeing is that there are more benefits in terms of the adoption of artificial intelligence than there would be in terms of then the risk. And I think the most inherent risk is about the issue of job losses. How are we mitigating that is literally on the digital skills. I'm happy that ourselves, as Nemisa has been highlighted here, number of programs that are being worked on. We are collaborating with the TVET colleges. We had a workshop yesterday as well to basically say, how do we make sure that we expand and accelerate that particular program? And our digital skills, we look in terms of making sure that we build the skill set, identifying it from the industry. There is a huge gap in terms of the ICT demand, and therefore we want to train relevant for the future of work. But equally, it's very important to give the basic digital skills for the citizens. Now, especially in this era, honorable members, and I think Honorable Chair, you've raised this numerous times, how do we protect citizens' data? It has to be a social compact. There has to be a responsibility amongst government in terms of setting the policy, as well as I think the industry or the private sector in as far as adhering to the rules that we have. And the next presentation is going to expand exactly on this particular issue of the data management. And then also the responsibility of the citizen as well. But we can't expect responsibility if we have not raised awareness with our citizens. So I think the issue of training in terms of how you manage your data, how the issues with regards to, I know with working with DTIC a couple of years back when we were introducing the issues of the consumer protection. We have to amplify that now. You don't just release your data. You don't just allow it to be sitting elsewhere. And we've put safeguard on the part of government in that regard as well. So I think for the citizens, as I said, and for the department, along with our sister department, it's going to be very critical, the issues of the digital skills. We do see ourselves as a leading frontier in this AI space. I'm happy that the report that was released in December, I think it was done by the Global AI Vibrancy Tool, and I think Dumisani also came back from India as well. It does show that South Africa is leading in this space. We cannot take that lightly. Part of that has been about the fact that we are an investment-friendly country, and we're very deliberate on that. So our investment is really focused in as far as these AI readiness in terms of the infrastructure capacity, but also boosting in terms of our research and development. We also see a niche from a South African perspective. I think if I can expand on what Dumisani said, previously we were leading in terms of the business process outsourcing. Now we are wanting to basically take advantage of this large language modeling as one of the niche. So South Africa, we've got 11, but within the continent itself, and that's how we can do in terms of then the collaboration. We've got so many dialects, and that basically is going to be the game changer in as far as how we ensure the adoption of AI and AI use by everybody and across the globe, because you've got basically the African diaspora across the globe. We've got obviously the largest languages within the continent, and that's what we can export out there. This is an opportunity in terms of innovation. This is an opportunity for youth. This is an opportunity for us to also collaborate with our research institutions, which is what we're already doing at the moment. The issue of data sharing, data security is going to be absolute outmost. And I think that's going to be where the focus is. And as I said, the next presentation is going to expand very much so further on that. Where do we see each other? I think lastly, if you look at the issues with regards to the regulations, I think whilst you cited, I think it was, I can't remember, Honorable, or your chair yourself, the issue of the regulations, it's not just the EU. I think a lot of countries do have regulations. I'm going to come and touch on the dynamics within the EU themselves. But each country has got a regulation, which we also have as well, the BOPI Act on our side. We've also got copyright regulations. We've got cryptocurrency, which is being worked on by National Treasury and the Reserve Bank. We've got the issue.
Go 12 o'clock.
DM? DM, the floor is still DG's. I will recognize you in a bit. Please proceed, DG.
Thank you. So we are working in terms of
Sorry,
the-
sorry, Chairperson. I think it got opened by mistake. My apology.
You
So
must arrive
we also
early
have-
next time. Please proceed.
I know DM is very passionate about this topic. So as I wrap up, so the issues with regards to the data sharing regulations, other markets also have that as well. And I think it's been about the issue of the fact that as a country, one can be intentional to then say, when we are developing these new technologies and advancing them and deploying them, our intent is really for the well-being and the developmental agenda, development of, society. But you also then have these multinationals who are looking at it from a commercial perspective. So we just need to make sure in the midst of that you put then these safeguards. For us, we are most certainly intentional to make sure that we put those safeguards at the onset so that, and we're not going to talk about over-regulations, Honorable Chair, but eventually where we're seeing that this is now actually being exploited, most certainly we have to come in with much more stringent interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Your input is well received. DM will now give you the floor, but I have introduced a guardrail to borrow a word from the department's presentation. You have to show yourself so I can verify that this is not AI generated. DM Gungubele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to Minister, leadership, honorable members, and colleagues, DG. I think I found the conversation to be very exciting. Quality presentation from the department and quality responses, the DDG and Mr. Sondro and the DG capping up. All I wanted to say, Chair, this technology is its potential and its transformative power can reliably be exploited when digital infrastructure foundationality is in place. Of course, they spoke about data centers. The AI itself will speak about the computer, will speak about connectivity. When you talk about total connectivity, whether it's satellite connectivity, whether it's fixed broadband or mobile connectivity. Connectivity, because this technology feeds on data, right? So the question of connectivity in South Africa is going to be very critical. Digital infrastructure, especially from the perspective of the United Nations safeguards and so on, making digital infrastructure accessible to the most vulnerable and also with it safeguards. I'm saying everything has been said, but I wanted to emphasize that we need to work together in making sure that resources are directed to the digital infrastructure. That ensures that ordinary people in the poor communities have got access and can actually take advantage of this technology. The second issue is, if it has been said, because I joined it after a particular minutes, the second particular issue which I think is very critical is R&D. Why am I raising R&D? Is because it has been said by scholars in this sector that South Africa is losing a lot of the people who graduate from universities, going to other countries and actually being made use of to respond to the problems of those respecting countries and actually produce solutions that render South Africa getting outcompeted and outpaced by those countries. The R&D has been raised. There was one fundamental issue in the sense that a lot of these young people, when they come from school, they need a research and development space so that innovation, their skills can be tested and they can be used to respond to the unique problems of South Africa and sort of for unique solutions of the country. So the R&D, if you check, I'm talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about the foundationality. R&D and also the foundationality. And of course, these are very critical because if you look, the presentation also spoke about sovereignty. Sovereignty has become so fundamental. But it's not possible if, one, we do not have this basic infrastructure. Two, we do not have contracts with multinational corporations that ensures that post-divestiture, when they leave the country, South Africa is able to have a basis for its API, for this IP. At the same time, sovereign decision making, that were able in the key decision areas, that were able to take decisions to direct operations. Three, in the industrialization, our sovereign mean that we play a critical role in the value chain of these technologies. With regard to post-divestiture, we are able to stand on our own. Thirdly, sovereign knowledge that we're able, when these companies leave the country, that we're able to upgrade these systems or to reproduce these systems or to replay them. Because if that does not happen, our sovereignty will actually leave much desired, and it means we'll be dependently trapped forever. So I thought those are the few issues I wanted to raise. And otherwise, the department made a very quality presentation. Even myself, when they were speaking, it was like I'm hearing for the first time again. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thank you, DM. I think you also made a very fantastic presentation now as well. I think you underscored a very important lesson that I learned when I was in India, when we spoke about all these great AI innovations and all these great technologies. But what was emphasized, and I think that was my South African input, it's all based on having a digital infrastructure in place, the elements of connectivity, the cost to communicate. These are the basic foundational principles that underscores every other technology that we build and we want to scale so that it's accessible to all people. So thank you so much for your very passionate input. Clearly, I can see that you are very passionate about the topic of AI. Minister, for your closing comments regarding this very, very exciting topic.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just to circumvent any risk of repeating what my colleagues have said, I think there were also two important questions that were raised. One by Honorable Bodlani in terms of how do we then expedite, the finalization of the policy just within the cabinet process. That is something that we assist in. There is just that, there has to be a recognition of the several layers that are in there, from the cluster committee, then cabinet committee, and ultimately cabinet, before we then go out for public comments. But what is clear is some of the areas in which each and every member touched have been some of the issues that have informed what the team considered in the formulation of the policy as is. Of course, because it's still a policy, it's not a panacea. It doesn't answer all the relevant questions at once. And it is important that that exercise then, proceeds to the next stage, which is ultimately the public comments stage, in which it can be further enriched by input. But the team has done a fantastic job in making sure that from the formulation perspective, the preliminary engagements with key stakeholders, leading voices in AI, both local and also drawing on lessons from the involvement in the AI task force, particularly given the fact that we were chairing the digital economy working group last year, to at least respond to the relevant emerging trends, from the concerns around the impact of large language models to how we incorporate our unique diversity and cultural considerations and the impact into that. And I think one of the areas of curiosity just globally and related to this is the balance between, how this technology becomes an amplifier for productivity vis-a-vis the genuine concerns, some of which have been expressed equally by members of this committee, about a potential impact on job losses. And I think even when you look in terms of the emanating research, whether it is one that was done by the World Economic Forum in this area or the McKinsey International report, it is not yet conclusive in terms of evidence emerging with regard to job losses, but it is a concern because there are specific industries that it would mean that when things become more automated, then there might be fewer bodies than that. But the dichotomy isn't as simple as we can often present, and that is where a lot of thought leadership, even internationally, is going into, and it's something that we would need to respond adequately to, in making sure that we present a very balanced and structured, realistic policy that is mindful of unintended consequences and response to the risks that society is starting to see in many an industry. So I think we take the input and the observations from the portfolio committee, and as we go through the cabinet processes of making sure that the policy gets its concurrence there, we will take that with that in mind, and even as we go towards the public commentary section. I do think the team also dealt very sufficiently with the issue that Honorable Matafa had raised around jobs, which was also a running theme across the board. Honorable Adonis, just for emphasis, made a very key important observation with regards to not only the affordability of the infrastructure, but the instruments that enable communication, because that is what will enhance the effectiveness of technologies like this when they've got mass penetration, which speaks then to what we need to do in amplifying digital upskilling of our population, so that even in the adoption of new technologies, we don't unintentionally perpetuate a digital device in responding to that need. So thanks very much, Chair. I will leave this topic at that.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, colleagues, I think, for a very exciting discussion on an exciting topic. Maybe just to indicate my concern around interim relief, interim regulations whilst we wait, was not really dealt with, but I think it's a point that I have reflected on, that there are societal harms at the moment AI is doing, and as a country and as a government, how are we responding? What interim responses are we giving? I don't think that was dealt with, and that is something that is close to me. I particularly gave example of the Grok AI that undresses women, and as a country, have we called it out? I haven't seen any responses to that. But save for that, I must compliment the responses of all members of the committee of the department on an exciting topic and much awaited topic. So we'll move off that item, colleagues, and let's move on then. I'm going to propose we take the two presentations one after the other so that we manage our time effectively. We do have 2 hours, and there is a house sitting this afternoon at 2 p.m. So we're going to invite again, the presentation will be on the data center, and thereafter we'll take the presentation on the colloquium that took place, the policy colloquium. Can we get a sense who will be leading us in the presentation, please, from the department? DJ, the data center presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies for I thought DDG Mashalogu was going to come in. Chair, would like to then present the data center presentation. Suffice to as high level introductions in this on this matter, to then say that obviously this is premise in terms of fundamentally our data and cloud policy issued in 2024, and also the fact that we do consider ourselves as an investment hub. The presentation is quite long, Chair, but I'm going to take it that it has been read. We will touch on the most critical aspects with regards to the presentation itself in terms of where we're at as a country, where we're at as government, what we still foresee as critical areas, and think we want to touch on the issue of both the ownership as well as the data sovereignty, which obviously I know that continues to receive much interest in light of the geopolitics that are taking place. I also want to then touch in with regards to then the capacity within the state, and maybe if we do allow a quick note or two from CETA to just give then the assurance of what their drive is towards then this both digital sovereignty as well as national sovereignty. With that, Chair, may I then invite DDG Mashologu to take you through the presentation.
DDG Mashologu, you are on center stage for you today.
I can see that, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in the interest of time, I think Mr. Moto, who deals directly with this area of work, would be more relevant to actually take the presentation through, and then I will be here to support as well as the DG. Mr. Moto.
Thank you, DDG and DG. I would request that I disconnect my video because my internet is not stable. Where the voice stopped matching my face, somebody can raise that in case I'm misrepresenting myself.
You can.
Thank you. The first page basically highlights the importance of data center in driving a digitally transformed government and society. To say countries that are leading in terms of data centers are more inclined to be more progressive in terms of digital transformation. But we are also raising the problem that debate has already arisen in terms of government reliance on data centers provided by foreign companies. Last year in December, I was attending the AU data governance workshop. Most African countries were very passionate about this issue, to say, especially when you think about what they call the Cloud Act of the USA, say this is creating a binding constraint, especially in terms of your data privacy and security, because in as much as there are conditionalities to exercising such legislation, you never know what can happen, especially in the current status of multilateral relations. And the other concern was that if that right arising from the Cloud Act is invoked, there is very little or no opportunity to be able to stop it because it is absolute. Next slide. We thought it would be important to also highlight what a data center is. As the chairperson articulated in terms of AI, we acknowledge that members are not experts. We try to explain as much as possible to be able to enable comprehensive questions on the matter. So a data center is primarily a centralized physical or visual infrastructure facility that houses networked computers, storage systems, and computer hardware to securely collect, process, store, and distribute massive amounts of data, acting as a backbone for the IT operations, applications, and cloud services. We basically have 4 types of data centers. The first one is called enterprise data centers, privately owned or leased, dedicated to facility that houses an organizational critical IT infrastructure, including servers, storage, and networking equipment. Then you got a co-location facility. This is a shared third-party facility where businesses can rent space to house their own servers and networking hardware. They offer secure, high uptime environments with professional power cooling and internet connectivity, allowing companies to avoid private data centers. I'll articulate further on that as we go in the presentation. Cloud, which is large-scale offsite third-party managed facilities that rent out computing power, storage, and networking infrastructure via the internet. And then we got edge data centers, which are small, decentralized facilities located close to end users, devices, or data sources. They practically reduce latency. Latency basically is about how quickly you can ask for information and get it. You don't have the, you know, the traditional internet where you had this buffering that you have to wait sometimes for 5 minutes. So latency basically talks to the speed at which you can get whatever information you ask for. Speed up data processing and support real-time applications like 5G, IoT, and autonomous vehicles. Next slide. We thought it would be prudent to also make a comparison between data centers and traditional infrastructure. That means why it is important to move from your traditional infrastructure, like the servers that you find in offices, to data centers. The first aspect relates to scale and capacity. As you be aware, your normal server room would have a small to medium, depending largely on office space. So the amount of server space would also be, for instance, with us, it would be a smaller room compared to the Department of Health that would have a larger room. Whereas when you talk about data centers, you've got large facilities housing thousands of servers. I think the CETA did take members of parliament at some point, whether last year or year before last, through their data centers. That explain what is explained. That would explain what is highlighted here. Secondly, in terms of location, data centers are located in dedicated, specialized buildings, whereas your servers are in an office designated environment. Thirdly, in terms of control, the control of the data center is obviously outsourced to a third-party provider. I suppose that's where the concerns always rise. But that will also come through as we progress with the presentation. So with your traditional servers is complete in-house control over hardware and data. Cost model, the cost model for a data center is more of a pre-agreed monthly hosting fees, which means it requires your operational expenditure. In contrast with your servers, you have to project, you have to plan for budget, which means along the way, in your traditional server system, if along the way you require additional capacity, you have to follow the budget process in the following year. Whereas with your data centers, because you're using operational expenditure, it allows you to scale down or to scale up or downscale as per your requirements. For instance, in an environment where you have the education department, during admission, there's significant capacity required. They can scale up during that time. But once that process passes, they can scale down. So they end up paying for what they use. Whereas in your traditional system, you budget whatever you acquire. If you have acquired extra capacity that you are not using, you still pay for it. If you require additional capacity, you have to wait, which means you are disrupting many programs. In terms of reliability, the data center is obviously a product that allows you to define your requirements. So therefore, you find that it has higher reliability supported by multiple redundancy systems. Redundancy systems just indicate that where there's a disruption, you have backup elsewhere to be able to offset that. In terms of obviously your traditional server, if you have got disruption, they will say, we got a disruption for the whole day. You'll have to be patient with us. They can't even give you the turnaround time. Whereas with the data center, from the beginning, you are able to say uptime is 99, which is according to our policy, 99.995. That is basically 26 minutes per year, 2 minutes per month, or 30 seconds per week. that basically means that if there is a disruption in terms of the data center, they are able to pick it up before you even experience it. That is one of the most important things about using a data center. In terms of cooling, that's another. With your traditional server, you have to make sure that you've got strong air conditioning systems. In terms of the data center, you're dealing with advanced cooling systems that are provided for, but obviously at a very expensive cost, because the cooling system of the data centers does not only rely on air cons, it rely on massive amounts of water, which means the issue of water then becomes important in such situations. In terms of security, again, with a data center, security is defined. It's just packaged product. You can be able to, once you define your uptime requirements, you are automatically defining your security requirements to say security requirements should be up to this level. But also because a data center operates 24 hours, 7 days a week, it means you have all the provision for security cameras and every access control, encryption. Whereas in your office environment, if there is an attack on your office, therefore sometimes it can disrupt everything in your organization. In terms of scalability, as I had indicated, scalability is rapid, is flexible, is easy to use, whereas in our traditional environment, what you have budgeted for is what you got. You have to wait for the next budget to be able to scale. If you have overcapacitated, you are going to pay for what you don't use. Support 24 hours in terms of your traditional is in-house IT staff. So if you are undercapacitated, it remains your problem. In terms of sustainability, the sustainability on the data center side is high due to optimized energy efficiency. On the side of the traditional one, it is harder to manage energy efficiency due to building structure. So the building structure are already there the way they are, whereas in terms of building a data center, you already incorporate that in the construction of a data center to say, we want energy efficiency, we want all these specifics. So it is built according to specifications. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you very much. Now we talk to the benefits of government data center ownership. This is part of the information that that's where we also get assisted by CETA, but we also know they are currently practical use example. I think there was a mention of CSIR's hyperscale data center, and I saw that Dr. Sithole is here. I'm sure he can also add where necessary. But in terms of government-owned data centers, obviously you have the part of the enhanced security and compliance. As I have indicated, the build and design meets strict specialized security requirements. That means security and privacy by design, amongst others, for protecting sensitive government data, implementing advanced firewall encryption and access control. In terms of data sovereignty, again, you are able to specifically outline your data sovereignty requirements. In terms of reliability and reduced downtime, I think I have spoken to the issue of downtime and how important it is for uninterrupted service, especially for critical public applications. You don't want to have your health systems or other emergency controls interrupted because your server has gone down. So that's why you have those strict uptime requirements. Economic impact and job creation, it should be also emphasized that technology-driven infrastructure normally would not have your massive job creation potential compared to your normal public works construction projects. Because so normally you find that job creation happens at the beginning where you're building, but once the structure is there, you rely primarily on specialized skills. Where you might not need so much specialized skills could be security, your general security of the facility. But important to mention here is that economic benefits in terms of construction jobs, as I have indicated, long-term employment and increased property revenue. So most of the benefits, you find that you're talking about more of trickle down benefits rather than your direct benefits. And you find that across the ICT value chain, this is how it normally happens. In terms of cost efficiency, as you had already indicated, it allows for centralized shared facilities that allow for all government departments to reduce operating costs compared to fragmented individual agency or departmental server rooms. It also provides for improved citizen services, because if you centralize data, agencies can streamline their operations, leading to a better digital services for the public. Next slide. Policy provisions in terms of data. This is what, to some extent, the DG also referred to, relating to our data and cloud policy. I'll also try to elevate some issues that seek to respond to some of the questions that members raised. But basically, our policy provides for a shared facility. I'll just call it a national data center that would enable government data to be stored in a unified, scalable, and cloud-enabled data center, supported by enabled data sharing and interoperable systems, providing a single view of the citizen, and supported by redundancies in other locations to support backup and business continuity requirements. This is a loaded statement on its own. It basically means that you have a data center that is managed by a state information technology agency, ensuring that you have those who have visited Estonia will tell you about that single view of a citizen. Primarily what that means is that you're tracing a citizen from they call it cradle to grave. You are able to establish what a citizen needs I'll give you an example where you have, in a particular year, you have so many children born. Therefore, it helps you to prepare to say, in a certain year, you must expect so many people to register in your schooling systems. After so many years, you must expect so many children to register in your tertiary schooling system. That itself allows for integrated planning for government facilities. But not only that, it also allows for support any child throughout the learning ecosystems, but also throughout life, because you're also able to say, if in such a year there were so many children born with disabilities, that you also have to make preparation for. You are triggering the health facilities, you are triggering the social development enablement to be able to say, how do you plan for all those kinds of things? That is the importance of that integrated national data center. But the importance is not only in terms of providing citizen services. The importance is also in terms of being able to manage the government information in a manner that government data in a manner that members have been expressing concerns about. Say this will be managed by CETA, first because by virtue of their legislative mandate to source data, infrastructure, and cloud services for government, ensuring the development and monitoring of service level agreements. I think Deputy Minister was talking to that. When you are sourcing a data center, you should also be clear in terms of your expectations and what you expect them to account for, to make sure that there is reliable and secure data and cloud services for government. In this regard, government should make sure that CETA and that is very important. SETA is adequately capacitated and resourced to discharge this responsibility. In terms of the policy itself, it talks about data centers where they need to be built, because you don't want them to be disrupted by anything that can happen in the country, whether it is a demonstration, a protest, and so forth. You have to target clearly where it is built. That's why you find that a lot of the times you not know where data centers are specifically built. The typical example is your Africa data centers. Obviously, your Terraco data centers are so big, you can't say they can be hidden. But again, they are located in a place that is unlikely to be affected by your social or economic disruptions. They are not located in areas prone to national disasters or social disturbances, which is what I was referring to. They display or provide verifiable credentials to all potential customers. This is important in the manner that, in a sense, that you don't want to procure data center services and only to find that afterwards this company does not have the reputation to provide this, and therefore when they don't provide the service that you require, you don't know where to report them to. So this is important to make sure that it's like any service provider, especially if you are government, you have to make sure that they have verifiable credentials and where relevant proper certification to be assured that you are going to not only get professional services, but also reliable services with proper backup. Data centers used by government, that's where I was talking about the uptime. It basically means they should be able to correct the faults that arise even before you pick them up. As I had indicated, it means 30 seconds per week. 30 seconds per week, if you divide that by 5 working days, it comes to very close to nothing, which means it primarily assures that any fault, and it's not only based on fault, even maintenance. Maintenance should also adhere to this uptime requirement, which means if they are busy with maintenance, you should not even be able to feel it. Next one, provide for energy self-generating capacity. This is also, this is also very important. It was very important to highlight, especially considering South Africa's energy supply constraints. So if you visit every data center that is in South Africa, you already realize they have built for circumventing this challenge. You find that they use different sources of energy, whether it be solar energy, generators, you'll find them having massive generators. So they are already coming with that in mind. They are able to prepare for that so that you don't have a disruption that says, no, today we don't have it. So for them, they operate like whether there's load shedding or nothing, they continue operating normally. They should, obviously, the environmental requirements are very clear. Next page. All digital technologies used by government should incorporate cyber security by design, covering the entire life cycle of data collection, process, use, storage, mining, and destruction. That is also very important. Already, whether it's the technologies or the systems, like your data centers, whatever data center that is used by government should already have cyber security and privacy by design. So that that's why where we comparing data center with your server facilities, they talk about that. It's because you are able to prescribe the design of the data center in such a way that it accommodates your security and privacy requirements. The other one, government data center that incorporates content pertaining to protection and preservation of national security and sovereignty of the shall be stored only in digital infrastructure located within the borders of South Africa. That's data across the board. But the policy is very clear that all government data shall be stored within the borders of South Africa. Now, Mr. Mashologu talked about the fact that this is another additional aspect of the policy that I thought I should raise to say we are part of a regional and global community where we also have cooperative economic and other socio-economic arrangements that we need to cooperate around. So the data and cloud policy is very clear to say when it comes to cross-border data transfers in terms of government data, it will be informed by certain specific factors. First, it has to be in accordance with national interest. So if you want to enter into any data sharing agreements with any particular country, you must make sure that it adheres to the South African national interest policy framework. Secondly, it has to provide for collaborative reciprocal benefits, which means those agreements should be saying what is the benefit for South Africa. It should not be an issue of cooperation where you are supposed to provide whatever information that you need to provide as part of the cooperation. It is collaboration, which means everything is pursued on the basis of national interest for South Africa. But most importantly, it says every cross-border data transfer should adhere to South African legislation and policies. We got your cybersecurity policy framework, you got your POPIA, you got your different legislations that deals with data protection. So any cross-border data transfer has to adhere to that. Now, Honorable Qilishe raised the issue of citizen data. How do you prevent that to being transferred overseas? And that is a very important question to ask. But that's why we said in the data and cloud, there is a section that talks about consumer protection. And consumer protection starts talking to what DG was talking about, the issue of awareness. The policy is very specific. It prescribes that every citizen who shares their data online should be informed of their rights in this regard and their rights to be able to withdraw the permission that they have provided. Most of the times, South Africans are on Twitter, on Facebook, and other social media platforms. We are also on e-commerce platforms. All these platforms require certain specific data. Can we track your movements? They say, can we track your location? Can we have access to your contacts? Can we be able, and there's also talk about cookies where they are also able to track your interests. We're saying, yes, you can do that. Firstly, you should have the right to withdraw all these permissions. You have to be given the right to withdraw all these permissions as and when you want. But most importantly, you also need to be informed about your rights, because sometimes when somebody downloads an application, they are not aware that they have the right to refuse. They think that if I refuse, if this particular application asks for my data, all this information for me to be able to download, then I should be able to give that. We're saying there should be some awareness campaign in terms of how citizens can protect their data. If you are asked these questions, what are the responses that you should give? I mean, the most practical awareness campaign, I think, is the Broadcasting Complaints Commission. So we are saying, why can't you have that in respect of data? We should move towards a point where these companies that use citizen data are able to fund a campaign that informs citizens about their rights. So this is what we believe can begin to because to be able to protect your data, you need to be aware of what are the things that you can specifically do. And that is the most important one is informed consent. And it's not only your ordinary citizen, even us, when you're doing research, you go online and you want to access a certain document, there is a long list of the things that legal terms that are say, at which you must always indicate that you concur before you have access to that. And a lot of us just pass through all that legal jargon and say, I concur. But you have to be able to make informed decisions, because by concurring there, you are actually accepting that these people can use your information. Now, imagine if a particular application has got access to your movements, where you go, how much time you spend there, not what you do there, but that information alone, your contacts, they already have, they can have 1 million contacts in a day, in the same way that when somebody is on social media, they've got 2 million followers. What we are not thinking about is that you are actually making 2 million people available to people who are running this platform. That is massive amount of data, and they can do many things with that data that they have, including informing products and services that they can offer to people. They get an unfair advantage in that regard. Without elaborating too much on this, can I go to the next page? I just thought I needed to also try to explain that in terms of citizen data protection. Here we are primarily indicating a geographic spread of data centers in South Africa. As you'll be aware, there's always been an assertion that we need to be lead in terms of data center investment, and this is what we are. It's not only for our interest, it's also for the benefit of the SADC region, and even further than the SADC region. As you would be aware, a data center supports the availability of data across far distance regions. So this investment is not only beneficial to South Africa, it is beneficial to the rest of the SADC region. So this is how they are spread, and there are intentions. I know there are companies like Terraco and I think Google who are planning to even expand their operation. So it becomes important for us to also create that policy enabling environment for such investment. And in our engagement with them on the data and cloud policy, they were happy that we are beginning to do that, to be able to say in South Africa, we can invest because there is a policy that defines what the requirements are and what are the obligations. Next slide. Geographic spread of data centers. That one is also just an indication of what where the data centers are based. I think you will realize on that page that the spread of data centers is primarily in Johannesburg, is in Western, let me say Gauteng, Western Cape, and the Eastern Cape. There have always been the issue of saying, you know, obviously for advancing digital transformation across South Africa, you need to have this infrastructure all over the country. But obviously, in our engagement with them, they're saying obviously where they put data centers also depends on what they would call sorry, I saw a phone call. Maybe I need to move faster than I'm doing, just to alert me to that effect. But we're just saying the spread of data centers is also informed by tenancy. So you don't put an infrastructure somewhere where you are unlikely to have tenants. Next page. Data center and impact on government strategic programs. Digital transformation roadmap has as its mission to deliver world-class services for all by developing and leveraging trusted digital technologies, infrastructure, and capabilities across the whole of government, with the primary focus being on proactive, accessible, human-centered government services for people. I'll try to be fast without necessarily compromising information that needs to be shared. Interoperable systems and data exchange for improved operation and data-driven decision-making. Interoperable digital identity ecosystem for transacting with government. The issue of the digital identity is becoming very critical, not just for transacting, but also for government to be able to provide tailor-made solutions to all citizens. Traditionally, you just decide that you build a school there, you build any kind of infrastructure. Once you have a digital identity system, it tells you which people are in which demographics, and I'm not talking about demographic in terms of race, but demographic even in terms of economic status. So it informs government interventions. Data centers can support enhancement of government service delivery and digital transformative initiatives through improved efficiencies, stronger reliability, data-driven decision-making, strengthened mitigation against cyber attacks through encryption, firewalls, and 24-hour security, and supporting scalability. Next page. Next page. Data, yeah, this is the important part. I think there have been many pronouncements already from both DG and Minister and Deputy Minister, and also I think Mr. Masholoku also highlighted that. We are aware that data centers are obviously dominated by North America, Europe, and China, amongst others. The digital future destiny of developing countries will not only be impeded by limited access to technology, but also be controlled by those that dominate the technology sphere. This is a reality that we have to face as developing countries. Therefore, data sovereignty cannot be addressed separately to digital. Data sovereignty is a subset. We need to understand data sovereignty as a subset to digital sovereignty. You'll find that requirements for data sovereignty would speak directly to digital sovereignty. First one being digital infrastructure capacity. The issue of connectivity, the issue of access to digital devices has already been raised. Without a connected society, and it's not just connectivity, it's reliable and meaningful connectivity. That means affordability, availability, security, and other requirements. A reliable energy supply cannot be overstated. So you do need to ensure that, because reliable energy is the same as reliable water supply, because in terms of data centers, without those things, you can't run a data center, you can't manage a data center. But important, which is the aspect that sometimes is ignored. And I'm glad that Deputy Minister raised the issue of research and development capacity. This capacity is very crucial, because if you say you want to be a sovereign nation in terms of digital transformation, you should be able to develop your own technologies, should be able to trade your digitally tradable goods and services with the rest of the world. And to be able to do that, you need to be able to have research and development capacity that tells you what are the leverages that you can have in terms of digitally tradable goods and services? What is the capacity that related to the capacity you have as a country? So you don't want to just be able to safeguard what you have. You want to also be able to drive certain markets based on your capacity, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is any other resources that your country has. So it becomes very critical. The issue of skills, again, it is highlighted. I think across our sector, the issue of digital infrastructure, skills, and research and development, they cut across. The issue of regulatory capacity. I mean, I was attending a meeting again a few weeks ago where a delegate from Nigeria was saying Nigeria fined Meta 290 million for data breaches. 290 million for data breaches. In South Africa, we use different digital platforms. And the issue, I don't know who's listening, but the issue of data breaches in an environment where you are using digital platforms happens a lot. But you need to have a regulator that not only is able to pick up these things, they need to be very clear in terms of censures. They need to have technology to be able to track breaches, because the way they happen is so sophisticated that you might not be able to do so. So the issue of capacitated regulators becomes very important. And when you say capacitated regulators, we are talking in the context of a developing state, because if you're going to capacitate your regulators in the same manner that Europeans do, you might find that they become a binding constraints along the way. So a proper capacitated regulator in a developing state has to be able to drive investment, protect citizens, and ensures that there is adequate competition to allow new players in the market. Those are the most important aspects of the regulator, but critical is about citizen protection. And they should have, I mean, you hear prescription that says there must be data protection champions in every organization. This is the one of the capacities that we need to be looking at. So the issue of regulatory capacity cannot be underestimated in a digitally driven environment, be it in the data center environment or any other way. The challenge in terms of regulatory capacity becomes where you find that it is spread across the sectors, so that you don't have adequate control to regulate certain things. For instance, your information regulator is in the Department of Justice. The Cyber Crimes Act oversight is in the police. Cyber security is in State Security Agency. And now we are Department of Digital Communications and Digital Technology. We don't have regulators that are primarily accountable to us in terms of regulation in this. That is a serious challenge. These constraints are recognized in various documents developed by government, including Presidential Commission, all those documents. Next page. Here is just an acknowledgement that South Africa, in terms of regulation, is ahead of many of our counterparts, because we got legislation such as POPIA, the legislations that I have indicated. Significant progress in broadband infrastructure has also been realized. Although South Africa has invested 43.413 billion in research and development for the financial year, here we just indicating the importance for government to invest in research. And in terms of skills, the issue of importance of skills has also been highlighted. Move to the next slide. Data sovereignty in terms of safeguards, again, from government and sovereignty. SITA has, here is the role of SITA. I think they can, because they are here, they can actually talk more to it in terms of how the precautions that they have taken. The next slide. Again, here it again talks to the capacitation of SITA and the need to ensure that issues of skills, issues of South Africa, because the other issue about data security is South Africa participating in different international groupings that are focusing on data security. We're trying to say, for instance, the delay in the signing of the Malabo Convention already poses a threat to South Africa in terms of collaborative fighting against cybersecurity. And there are other international conventions. I think the Cyber Crimes Act also makes an emphasis on that, to say we need to be part of global cooperation in terms of data security and data privacy, because your cyber security, your cyber criminals are not location dependent. You might have somebody in Europe invading your systems. You need to be able to have a collaborative agreement to deal with such people. The next slide. That is the end. The intention was to also try to attempt to respond to some of the questions that were raised earlier, but I'll rest here. I think Sita can be able to add other elements. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very comprehensive and educational presentation. We really appreciate it. We're just mindful of the time, and I don't want to shortchange Sita to reflect on it, as well as we want to receive the presentation on the colloquium. So let us invite a representative from Sita and grant you 5 minutes to reflect on the presentation that was being done on the issue surrounding the data centers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I take it you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Reddy.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, the Portfolio Committee members, and all colleagues on the platform. From a CETA perspective, just to reflect, maybe just to kind of paint a picture on the current state. So CETA currently has 10 data centers spread across the country and 26 switching centers. And these data centers are fully controlled by CETA and housing a lot of capabilities. And maybe to give some key views on the capabilities, we're hosting then the mainframe infrastructure. And the mainframe is a very robust kind of cloud-based technology. And it's used for our ERP type systems, or enterprise resource planning, which is your BAS, Parasol, Logos, and these type of applications. Very reliable, very, very robust type of technology. All government departments are using this data center capability in terms of accessing those systems. We then also have mid-range. Now, your mid-range systems, as the presenter indicates, is your traditional server type of environment. And there are a number of applications that are hosted in the mid-range space. But the idea is to migrate these away from mid-range into the cloud environment, which is your third capability, your cloud environment. And I think some of the challenges there, you sit with applications that are outdated in the mid-range, hosted in the mid-range environment. And it's about modernizing these applications to make them cloud ready, to be able to then move them to the cloud environment. Just to cover a little bit about the cloud environment. So CETA has established what we call the government private cloud ecosystem. The architecture is based on a multi-cloud or hybrid cloud. So in other words, as government, we created cloud infrastructure that's on-premise at government data center. And there are a number of government customers, national and provincial, that are utilizing these cloud services. But we also then, through what we call a security reference architecture, are working with the hyperscalers to be part of the cloud ecosystem. So when we do this, we make sure that they, as part of the architecture, they meet the requirements of the security reference architecture, which is data sovereignty in terms of having your data centers in country, including your second region in country. So you must have two data centers. They also have to subscribe to data residency. In other words, we must make sure that if we're using their data centers, that we know exactly where this equipment is, the site specific, and data privacy in the sense that we should not be sharing infrastructure with any other entities that are outside government, private sector and the likes, just from a security perspective. But what is key is data governance, in the sense that if we put data in the hyperscaler environment, it must be data that is for public consumption. If the data is secure, a type of data or sensitive data, the data must be put on government premise. So we leverage the application capability of the hyperscalers but the data should not be off government premise for sensitive data and the likes. So that's the reference architecture, and we're working with the hyperscalers to have that in place. So very much like some of the hyperscalers have already got on-premise capability with us, and we're working then with the others to expand that. I think what is important is, at the moment, is all government data in government data centers? And the answer is no. A lot of the data is also residing in private sector data centers, which poses a risk to the state. The drive from a CETA perspective is looking at consolidating government data into government data centers. And when we do that, firstly, we secure then government data. And secondly, then allows us to leverage AI, because we cannot leverage AI if data is scattered all over the shore. It becomes a security risk and you cannot leverage it. So we're using then the government private cloud ecosystem to be able to drive that agenda. Some of the key aspects that we are looking at, I think from a highest level, there are central data centers and there are edge data centers. So central edge data centers is where you position them, taking your environmental and other factors into account. Things like power and water become very important, because these central data centers is where your AI resides, which is very power hungry. But then you also have edge data centers, and these are data centers that are requiring latency matters. So in other words, quick response. So when you're looking at smart cities and the likes, you need to be able to have data that flows very quickly and processing that's very quick. Even if you look at autonomous cars, you need to be able to have data centers that are close to the edge. So your architecture generally is linked to that, where your AI is central to process big and large sums of data, but your edge also has processing for latency factors. There is push and pull between the edge and the central, but you've got to do it in a manner that does not involve too much of bandwidth requirements, and that's type of architecture that most of the leading countries are using. From a CETA perspective, in the next 3 to 5 years, we're driving creating a government hyperscale data center. And here we're looking at feasibility studies, we're looking at architecture, we're looking at site location. And this is basically so in terms of architecture as we speak. So from a perspective, very much driving then centralization of data, using existing capability, modernizing them, consolidate them. But I think it takes a hand-holding with all government entities to understand why it's important to centralize and secure. And then I think the funding journey is also important. Fragmented funding does not help. We must be able to collectively centralize funding, and in the way that we do it, we become more economical and efficient. So in other words, we do more with less in this journey. So with that, Chair, I hope it covers a lot of a high level and some of the details on the roadmap when it comes to AI and data centers from a CETA perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy, for your additions to the presentations. We really appreciate it, and we really understand the role that CETA plays in this journey of the data centers. Let us appreciate the presentation on the data centers and then invite the next presentation, which is on the policy colloquium. As I invite DG to indicate to us who's doing the presentation, to allow a maximum of 15 minutes for this presentation. It will then allow the portfolio committee at least till 1 p.m. to engage the presentation. DG, who will be doing the presentation on the policy colloquium?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, because the presentation is purely for noting in terms of the outcomes, does highlight our roadmap in terms of some areas, in terms of us building on. So I'd like to invite Mr. Alfred Moto again to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. As DG has already indicated, the important part will be mainly the roadmap. Suffice to say, this was convened specifically to respond to the complaint that has existed, that we develop policy in our own space and only bring stakeholders, especially industry stakeholders, on board towards the finalization of the policy. So this was the process of policy co-development to ensure, again, where we're talking about policy moving as fast as possible, to be able to provide for that by eliminating any disagreements that might arise at the end. Next slide. The issues that were raised in terms of the constraints were as indicated here. It was about slow implementation and fragmentation thereof, the issue of regulatory uncertainty, infrastructure bottlenecks, cost of access, and trust deficit. These are normally part of the regular conversation in the sector. Next slide. Now the engagement was broken down into 4 thematic areas. One focused on investment and regulation, another infrastructure inclusion and universal access, the third one innovation, skills, and digital inclusion, and the fourth one was governance, coordination, and trust. So this specifically talks to the first one I mentioned, investment and regulation, where obviously the issue of ECA being outdated was again reiterated, and regulatory fragmentation and the uncertainty it causes, industry needing predictable license renewals. They were basically saying that why can't there be a trigger mechanism that says if your license is expiring, you should already be knowing in several months, so that you also trigger the process of renewal. The establishment of the regulatory forum, I think members would probably know that such a forum has already been established and it's already started doing some work. Launch of priority regulatory impact review, which is very important to inform the need for regulatory review. Investment desk, that is a collaboration effort with other stakeholders in department. The issue of regulation of OTT, again, has been a very topical issue in the past year, especially, making infrastructure sharing more practical. Those were the issues that arose. Next slide. Key messages were the acknowledgement of meaningful access as the real challenge, the local government issues in terms of way leaves, as you would be aware, there are different. The handling of way leaves is based on guidelines developed by COCTA, which is not enforceable, so it still creates a binding constraint. Universal Access Fund, the challenges that have been highlighted. Suffice to say, we also have moved significantly in terms of legislation to be able to correct this. Whole of government approach also highlighted. In terms of proposed solution, there was acknowledgement of standardized digital municipal law, bylaw for infrastructure, as it has been indicated from the beginning of the presentation. Not everything falls within the jurisdiction of this department, so it will be engagement with relevant stakeholder departments. As I've indicated, in terms of the use of funding, we're beginning to move steadily towards approval of the proposals in terms of renewal. Unresolved issues remain the National PPP platform for digital infrastructure. As you are aware, as I have indicated, the issue of digital infrastructure comes across tax incentives for AI and data center investment. Next slide. here the thematic area of national skills, as here the issues have been mainly the commercialization by being blocked by restricted procurement and rigid funding. The national skills framework, the issue of skills in the sector is a challenge, and especially when you consider the evolving sector itself, because what is relevant today might not be relevant in 2 years' time. Startups feel unsupported by government. Proposed solutions here, the National Digital Skills Framework, that is aligned to sector requirements. Obviously, establishment of an innovation startup desk, which would require collaboration with other departments like your DTIC, piloting of digital and AI sandbox environment, as Mr. Mashologi had indicated. The issue of regulatory sandbox becomes more convenient, especially taking into consideration the length of time that it takes to develop legislation. The unresolved issues remain innovation-friendly procurement within PFMA rules. It's more about how do we explore PFMA in such a way that we comply, but at the same time support innovation. The recognition of for industry-led skills certifications. Industries is involved in a lot of skills development, but we need to make sure that they are actually responding to the needs of the market and are certificated to ensure that those who obtain them are able to gain employment. The other thematic area, governance coordination. Here is just the issue of siloed operations, industry feeling excluded from decision making. As we say, this colloquium was primarily established to address that trust deficit that requires transparency and delivery. Proposed solutions was the multi-stakeholder platforms. In a few months, you'll see that the department is starting to establish that, especially in terms of digital economy master plan, which covers many areas of the sector, establishment of a small dedicated unblocking function within the DCDT, and national evidence hub for data-driven policy. Unresolved issues is about political buy-in from other government departments. A lot of the times when you develop policy and strategies and proposals, you also have to lobby government departments who also want to protect their territories. So it is that ongoing challenge we encounter, but we are achieving significant success, especially in areas of connectivity and addressing where lives, as we have officials deployed on the ground to be able to engage different parties. Unresolved issues is political buy-in, again, as indicated, integrating national digital priorities into local government programs. Next slide. Future priorities in terms of emerging themes. Here, the stakeholder identifies the following critical priorities. Sovereign AI primarily talks to what was presented and the concerns that have been raised. Next one is the satellite and space, where we need to create a cohesive national position on space air-ground integrated networks to promote national interest on international forums. The issue of AI and data centers to develop a coordinated energy and investment framework to attract investment while managing energy demand and setting standards. As we have indicated from a policy perspective, we're beginning to start to talk about that to a large extent. Measuring digital economy, to have a competitive digital economy, we need to be able to determine where we are in respect of our counterparts and competitors. Next slide. Draft roadmap for immediate actions. As I have indicated, not all the actions would necessarily be led by the department, but we'll make sure that we cooperate with other stakeholders within government and outside to make sure that they are realized. The first one is the institutionalization of quarterly digital economy stakeholder forum with 5 work streams. As I have said, there are already mechanisms that have been put in place to deal with that. I'm sure announcements would be made in the not so distant future from our ministry. The establishment of priority working group to improve bylaw implementation, That is also happening to a larger extent. It's more of framing it up. The convening of stakeholders for a rapid regulatory impact assessment, as indicated, that this is definitely something that requires collaboration across the board. The development of a concept document for National Evidence Hub, the launching the process to define meaningful access in South African context as per the ECA Section 82. That is just to be able to determine what we are responding to and that our response directly addresses the problem that exists in terms of meaningful access. Next slide. Medium-term actions, operationalization of the Regulators Forum. As I've indicated, the Regulators Forum already exists. It's more of then to ensure that it carries out the work it has defined for itself. The finalization of the review and update of the National Digital Skills Framework, establishment of the investment desk and startup innovation, launch of ICT sector regulatory sandboxes, legislative coordination roadmaps, recognizing that we need to coordinate with different stakeholders, both inside and outside government. The review and development of Universal Service Access Fund, like I said, is already underway. The establishment and maintenance of a coordinated South African position in global digital forums. That is also, we have started work on that. Next one. The long-term strategic actions gradually shift government regulatory approach to enabling client-centered model. Our policy thrust is already moving in that direction. So again, it is more about the strengthening. We are not starting from a zero base. Embed digital economy measurements in national accounts to set national target for investment, inclusion, and skills. Create a supportive environment for large-scale private investment and AI-ready infrastructure, data centers, and energy using incentives and PPP platforms. Obviously, again, it will be part of a cooperative effort between our department and departments like DTIC that have the incentives. Please move. That's all there is. Thank you. I hope I adhered to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mato. Yes, you did. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, and thank you to the respective teams for your presentations, and especially to the data center presentation. It was exceptionally comprehensive. And thank you to the presenter who assisted us by being brief on the presentation of the colloquium. Colleagues, we have got about 39 minutes to go, and I'm going to allow us at least until 12:55 to engage this, when allow 5 minutes for secretary to come in. So may I then allow colleagues the opportunities to engage the two presentations, and maybe requesting colleagues to engage presentation one first, or whichever way you prefer, but I prefer us engaging the data center presentation first. Honorable Matofa, thank you. I recognize you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Chair, let me again thank the presenters for the good work done. I just have a few questions, Chair, and I'll be straight to the point in order to save time. On the second presentation, we note and appreciate the presentation. So as it is just a feedback on outcomes, I'm not going to engage on it, but just to welcome it. Chair, on the first one, there is a lot of mention about the capacitation of the regulator. And I'm happy that we did invite CETA to be part of this discussion. Is the department of the view that CETA is not adequately capacitated as we speak? Two, in terms of the regulatory framework, do we need a dedicated one for data centers? Or can the department say that the current ICT and infrastructure legislation that is in existence currently is sufficient? But that also, Chair, comes with a question if whether do we have a data center specific strategy that speaks to this development? And again, Chair, linking it to what I said on the AI, data centers are the future, economic drivers, but they also depend on other departments. We hear the need for uninterrupted power supply and a big role of water supply. So the question is, and I think this one is mainly on the political leadership. How in touch are we with the other departments, the Department of Electricity, as well as the Department of Water, to ensure that as these data centers are being constructed and they develop further, these departments are also in line or in touch with those developments, so that we are then able to say we will then have the requisite energy supply. You wouldn't want a situation where you are building in the Northern Cape, but there is no view about what electricity availability or enhancement is going to happen in that area. So if we can be briefed on that one, we'll truly appreciate it. Chair, the last one is on the involvement of locals and SMMEs, particularly women, as well as the youth, as far as them tapping into the data center economy. I'll be interested to find out if whether are there specific measures or programs that are speaking to that particular issue where the government will be leading this particular development. And just on a personal interest question, on the presentation of who owns data centers across the country, I would have expected Vodacom and MTN to feature there. I'm not sure. Maybe if the department can just tell us, are they co-hosted on these platforms that were presented here by these players, or don't they have call centers in South Africa? And if they don't, how do they manage their data? Because I believe they carry a lot of data that is generated within our borders. I'll pause there, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Tegisha, and thereafter Honorable Botlani.
Thank you very much again, Chair. I just have 3 questions. I'll make it quick, Chair. So, colleagues, I see the plan is to put SITA in charge, right? If my understanding is correct, is that the plan is to put SITA in charge. But the same presentation admits that SITA needs to be, fully capacitated. I raise this here because SITA has a history of problems with service delivery and, allegations of corruption. So now, if they are the people who are going to be in charge, what guarantees do we have that, the monies, the billions that will be meant for these data centers won't be lost, to corruption, and that they will change their approach. They will be fixed before, it is trusted with such an important project and the nation's most sensitive data. And so these data centers, we are told, and I think I want to ask it differently. My colleague just tried to ask this question, Chair. These new data centers use huge amounts of electricity and water, but we currently have, load shedding and water shortages in the country right now. So I wanted to then maybe have an understanding of how the government is planning to approach this, because I don't think we would be happy with the approach of diverting these scarce public resources, which is water and electricity, to these centers. So do they have maybe a plan to force these people to solve their own energy and water problems without burdening, our people who are already struggling with electricity and issues of water? And maybe the last one, Chair, will be, you know, what the document says about the lack of skills to run these advanced, you know, data centers. So if we rely on foreign companies to build and run them, won't they just bring their own experts? I'm thinking that, and this happens a lot, where you have people who are saying, you know, there's no skill, so we bring our own skills, and then you find out that our people are left with, you know, these low-paying jobs. So, is there a plan, you know, for the training of these young South Africans for these high-tech jobs, so that, you know, they part of what we are trying to achieve as a country, and end up having them with high-tech jobs that are paying, and maybe the oh, that is the last one, but maybe, Chair, the last one, maybe I should conclude by asking, why should we trust private companies? Because we know that they always want to make profit. They always want to make a profit. So now we probably will have these people build, you know, infrastructure for the people. And then my question then in the end is that, will this lead to more privatization of government services if we have them involved in any way? Yeah, they can say that government is not capacitated to build these data centers itself, but then where does it leave us, and what is the risk of ending up having government services privatized? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Delisha. Honorable Podlani.
Chair, I'm going to please keep my camera off. I'm already on the road. Chair,
Noted.
from the list that was provided of the data centers across the country, I'm not sure if that list also included government-owned data centers. So if I could just be clarified to the question, does government own any data centers, and are they being used optimally for service delivery for South Africans? Because we all agree, I'm sure, that it is an urgent need and which must be done effectively and efficiently. When we talk about CETA, Chair, Mr. Kopal spoke about centralization of services. And my question was, and these are the issues that have already been raised by colleagues. Then my question was, if you are going to centralize government services, what are the perceived dangers of that? That while we all agree that data sovereignty is something that really should be sacrosanct, but at what expense do we go against that? And Mr. Moto talked about coordination with the different departments, different entities to what is the solution? And he also spoke about how the Presidential Commission has also talked about, highlighted the fragmented nature of the operations of government. Are we close to finding a solution, considering that what was offered here is really a problem that we can all see? And Chair, I think one of the things that I would love to hear more of is on research and development by the DCDT and the collaborations that they are having. And I'm also excited that in the first presentation that we had, they spoke at length about research and development, as well as the Deputy Minister who spoke to that. But I think it's something that really must come across to say, as we provide services, we are also futuristic in how we see ourselves and how we position ourselves as a global leader. Chair, let me stop there and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Podlani. Oh, thank you, Honorable Podlani. I'm just checking. There's no further hands. There are no further hands. Maybe I'll just ask a few questions. Okay, so maybe the presentation highlights that South Africa's data landscape, data center landscape is primarily privately owned, and colleagues have mentioned that, which raises data security concerns that has been raised by my colleagues here. Now, maybe around that is what maybe ownership transformation requirements are being proposed or being mandated as conditions for ongoing government data hosting contracts with these entities. Well, the question is, one of the aspects we note as the department that you will advocate for, as my colleagues have mentioned, government data sovereignty through CETA managed infrastructure. But yet we acknowledge that in the short term, the government will continue to rely on private industry for data storage. And as a department, we know and we're familiar with the path and the trajectory that we are setting for CETA in the 7th administration, with the primary focus being on good governance on CETA. Now, what concurrent capacitation measures is the department undertaking to ensure that these projects aimed at data center infrastructure happen concurrently with the ongoing efforts of the CETA capacitation? Now, the third question is that the data center footprint in South Africa is heavily concentrated in Gauteng and in Western Cape, and with just an aspirational references to special economic zones in Kruger and in Richards Bay. Now, given the government's spatial development priorities and commitments to addressing the legacy of apartheid geography, how will the department ensure that data center investments contributes meaningfully to economic activity in the historically underdeveloped provinces? And maybe what incentive frameworks would for direct investments away from the existing hubs? Colleagues, let me park it there, and safe to say that I welcome the presentation, and maybe just to emphasize what I think Honorable Matafa had mentioned. Is there a conversation taking place concurrently as you develop this data center and this, as we move in the space, to speak to both the water and the electricity ministers and authorities around the necessity and the heavily dependence of data center on these two scarce resources? What conversation has been taking place? It would be remiss of us to talk about fancy data centers, but we haven't addressed the essential elements, and that is the elements of water and energy, which we all know is a scarce resource in the country. We have noted the presentation on the policy colloquium, and I don't think I need to engage that any further. Thank you so much. Maybe let me then allow DM, will you be taking the responses, and we'll end with the minister at the end, please.
Chair, pardon me, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the DM has another engagement. I heard from his office about a 12 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
With your permission and the minister, if I may then respond on some of these, and with time, Chair, I'm also going to request that we can also provide some more succinct responses, and especially on the issues. I think the biggest challenge that we do have would have been the issue of the licensing and regulatory framework, which currently we don't have. So these are investments, so by and large managed through the DTIC investment hub or investment stream perspective. We have, however, had started having discussions with our colleagues at DTIC, both in terms of the measuring this, ensuring the issues of localization, ensuring obviously more stringent in terms of the compliance issue, the beneficiation aspects as well that are obviously inscribed in terms of our data and cloud policy. And part of that, and I would like Mr. Motto to come in and to expand, we were very deliberate to then say part of the aspects of data sharing or the access by the SMMEs is to purely then ensure that it's part of the empowerment and to build on the SMME business as a new area, both in terms of this 4IR, as well as obviously future emerging technologies as well. So we do see a very strong, or would like to see very strong SMME beneficiation from it, not as consumers, but as actual solution providers in this ecosystem. We do have also aspirations in terms of building on the national capabilities. I'm going to invite still again the MD of CETA or the chairperson of CETA. I'd like to recognize her as well on the platform, as Minister has, to just basically speak on that. Part of that would then be the need for us to ensure more of the government clients, or when we say public clients, I don't want to just talk about government, but public clients, because CETA is intended to be a national provider. And that will also then ensure the boosting and increasing capacity. One of the strategies that CETA has is about the issues of ensuring that particular redundancy, as well as the geo spread, not for it to be just centrally located in the main hubs as well. So we are intentional in terms of monitoring that particular strategy and building on it as well, Chair. We had attempted to put some of these conditions with regards to in the competition bill of the ECA, but I think that required us to give further thought to it, of which obviously I think we are taking a review and seeing how best to approach then the issues of a more concise regulations with obviously certain conditions as well as obligations, stemming and aligning to the data and cloud provisions that we've put up as well. But the policy specifically does say self-reliant, it's primary, and then you pull back from the grid with regards to both energy as well as water usage. And we did not anticipate the water crisis that we had, but at the time that we were developing the policy, that was certainly during during the plights of the load shedding, and so we needed to make sure that this policy does not already take the limited existing capacity that we have as a country as well. And hence, I think then you see the build of some of these data centers would be more in your coastal areas than it is in terms of landlocked, precisely on the issues of using the alternative energies as well. I love the fact that that also then talks to the issues of innovation, and also talks in terms of building on the local ecosystem from a supply perspective as well, Chair. So the local owners can really see an opportunity in terms of the build. So part of then, as I said, the discussion that we're also having with the DTIC is certainly to then say identification of all your special economic zones. We would be very deliberate now in as far as redirecting, so you don't just have an international investor who just decides to choose, and you find that obviously there's a huge concentration within Johannesburg as well as Cape Town, but we would want to have more of the spread as well. And we would look at other means of incentives as well. One other thing is certainly the issue with regards to job creation, and I think we can also provide you in terms of real numbers. What does that mean from South African society perspective, obviously, and its beneficiation as well as we pull more and more in terms of that particular investment. When you then look, Chair, if you marry these two presentations together, we are very deliberate in as far as the capacity of the country, as I said, being a leader, both in the AI as well as other emerging technologies. And so this, you need to have more investment in terms of the data centers. We're now more deliberate in terms of being decisive of the type of the GPU. We saw a huge investment that took place last year that was announced as well with the cassava. And obviously that puts us as a niche in terms of what I reported earlier as being the leading country in the region, as far as then the research as well as infrastructure investment. And we would want to make sure that we complement that more within the local ownership or regional, national, African regional ownership perspective. and also then the expanding in terms of the other aspects as well. And I think it will also talk to the issues of the, eventually the affordability of data for the citizen, as well as the accessibility as well. May I then invite Mr. Moto to quickly respond on some of the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Though you basically pulled the rug from under my feet in terms of many of the issues that the issue of electricity. Actually, when we were presenting this policy to government, Minister Ramokgopa was very emphatic about this issue of self-generating capacity, to say these companies should come with self-generating capacity, not only to be able to cover periods where there are electricity challenges, but also for their own sustainability, the sustainability of their data center. So the issue of self-generating capacity already is there, and the data centers themselves, because we were engaging with them as part of this policy development, they were satisfied to say, yes, we can do it. DG spoke about most of the data centers located within coastal areas, primarily, especially in terms of water issues. But like I said, as part of our policy development process, we also visited data centers like Africa data centers to be able to understand how a data center operates, what it needs. And they were saying in terms of water and electricity, they can make their requirements adequate without necessarily relying on government support. In terms of the data centers mentioned there, we basically mentioned high-level commercial data centers. Yes, Vodacom, MTN, they have their data centers that are there for their specific requirements. Telkom also has data center, and then there is the CSIR. Dr. Stolle is here. He can be able to explain the capacity, and Sita would also elaborate more on that. And then in terms of skills, again, we were very elaborate in the policy. Besides the initiatives that are already under the department, like I had said, the evolution of digital skills is something that we're looking at. But in terms of the policy, we were very clear to say digital skills should be introduced across the learning ecosystems. That means from preschool, you must already talk about digital skills, starting from the basic skills that children can use. So the Department of Education did confirm with us that they are already revising the education curriculum to make sure that it incorporates digital skills. There's also interventions in terms of national schools of government. The policy is saying that National School of Government, MICT, CETA, academic institutions, and global development partners to say, let's consolidate our approach in terms of addressing digital skills. So that is clearly articulated again in the policy. In terms of capacitation of CETA, we acknowledge that digital technologies by their nature, data centers being among those, require continuous development. But on the side of CETA, when you talk about the capacitation, we are primarily referring to them being able to take over. I was happy the way DM articulated it to say, as we run this foreign data center owned, we also have to make sure that the contracts that we enter into ensure that there is a capacitation, skills capacitation, to ensure that when they have to exit or when we start running our own data centers, we have all the capabilities we want. And that is the nature of the contracting, because the skills required in terms of running data center is also the nature of contracting you enter into, to ensure that you can be able to run them independently of the suppliers. The same way China did. China also used these private-owned data centers. They delegated their version of CETA to exercise that control to ensure that when they decide to build their own data centers, they already have the capacity. And that's exactly what they are doing. They decided now they have a Huawei to build government-owned data centers. So this is the progression that you're following to say you capacitate SITA while it is controlling these data centers that are hosting government data. The long-term vision is to ensure that once we build data centers for government, SITA is adequately capacitated to do that. But the capacity is not a finite process. It has to continue because you are also talking about large AI-driven data centers that require more additional skills. So there is never a point where you say you have adequate skills. The issue of governance and the like, this is what the department is addressing. That's why there is a project that is talking about the rationalization of SITA, looking at all those particular aspects, governance, capacitation, and so forth. So this is what the department is addressing because we have SITA that has been specifically established to address this. So we cannot say because SITA is failing, then we have to look for alternative. It is the responsibility of government to ensure that SITA is fit and proper to do what it has been established to do. So that we cannot run away from. I'm trying to, are we engaged with, like I say, in terms of engagement with other government departments, it's a constant process because even when you develop a policy, it has to be approved by DGs of all government. You cannot take a policy through without engaging with these departments. That's why even when you talk about the development of cybersecurity legislation, SSA will make sure that we are part of that process. So there is that continuous collaboration amongst departments that DGs are part of. They meet regularly every month to make sure that every policy of government that has to be approved by cabinet, they engage with it. Where your department has not been consulted, they make sure that there is that consultation because if implementation has to happen across, it has to make sure that other departments are prepared for that. Maybe others can be answered between by SITA in terms of their capacity.
Thank you. SITA MD, please.
No, thank you, DG. So a few of some comments. Centralization, indeed, correct, DG, in terms of what you shared. Centralization is an architectural aspect that looks at disaster recovery sites in terms of being able to address risk, also cybersecurity architecture, in the sense that we must have a high availability kind of landscape. So definitely not centralization in the way that we put the state at risk. These are how the leading countries have also approached digital public infrastructure in a shared manner, but in a secure, centralized architecture of security and high availability. If you come through on the areas of service delivery, I think this has been debated a number of times, raised by many government departments. The key areas come down to speed and price. And I think speed for SITA is turnaround times, especially when it comes to procurement. And I think from a SITA perspective, over the last 6 months, we have definitely focused on that in terms of automating procurement. We've gone live. We are now rolling out minimum value products in terms of how do we then show the value in terms of speeds coming in there. And the others is price. So benchmarking, and we've reduced price on the network models. We are going to move into the others to become market competitive in terms of service delivery. If we move into the areas of the allegations of corruption, and here, Chair and colleagues on the platform, we are definitely strengthening governance. I think with the interim board coming in, there's a number of aspects that have been put in place in terms of strengthening governance, including stabilizing the leadership levels at SETA. And then we also have the Public Service Commission and the Public Protector with us, and they are coming through and looking at these allegations. We're looking forward to these reports at the end of March, where they will then guide on what their findings are. But definitely all looking at improving then this agency of government that many other countries have as a central capability, which is instrumental to digital transformation. I think what we also have raised that when you look at a digital public infrastructure and you try to understand the coverage of 37% within the control of SETA and 63% not, it's difficult to try and understand how do you leverage then digital transformation when you have this fragmented approach. It certainly does not bode well to be able to move forward quickly. So it's a matter of how do we do that, putting our governance and controls around it so that we ensure that we move quickly as the state, but ensure that aspects of corruption, aspects of being held accountable for delivery comes in place, because it's then a centralized approach, very visible, with a lot of oversight on it. And we're ticking the boxes in terms of getting digital public infrastructure in place. Those are my inputs, Chair and DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hand back to you.
Thank you so much, DG, and thank you to your team for your responses. I think we are comfortable with the responses, and if there's anything that hasn't been covered, DG, as you indicated, you can provide it to us in writing. May I then check? You did indicate that DM has left the call. He has had a meeting. Mine is then to invite the Honorable Minister for his closing comments on the item 2 and 3. Minister Manatsi?
Thanks very much, Chair. Just quickly, there was a question that Honorable Matafa raised with regards to, at a political level, what discussions are then taking place with the Minister of Electricity and also Water and Sanitation. Mr. Modu has indicated, in his response, part of the interaction around the self-generating capacity that the Minister of Electricity has underscored in terms of the overall strategy with data centers expansion. But I think it's also important for the committee to know that between the two ministries and departments, there is an MOU which we have finalized looking at just broader harmonization of our approach, particularly towards, unlocking much more harmony in approach for approaching broadband infrastructure. And a series of activities during the course of the year will follow that will be giving life to that. But over and beyond that, I think another important layer is local government. Particularly municipalities, in terms of approvals processes for potential expansion of investments from the data center industry, how quickly those are done and how harmonized those are done, so that from the compliance processes that any potential data center investor may need, that there's at least harmonization from one municipality to another, notwithstanding the reality that different municipalities have different dispensation. But I think in terms of part of the interventions at the regulatory level, that uniformity and harmonization becomes such an important aspect in dealing with this. And I think, Chair, one of the things that perhaps we may ask the team to do, or perhaps as an addendum going forward, given that not all of the questions were adequately responded to, is also just a mapping in terms of data center capability within government outside of what SETA currently has, to do a determination of how many more data centers are actually there that are linked to government departments or government entities. What is their use? Because I think that is the question that Honorable Bodlani was getting at. And my key takeaway from your questions in particular around instruments that are available within the legislative arm in terms of making sure that the protections of government data is dealt with. I think part of the presentation, Mr. Moto had spoken about, the provisions within the Cybersecurity Act and also the provisions within the Cybersecurity Policy Framework and the requirements that even where hyperscalers are used, the provision is that unless it is information that is for public use and not necessarily sensitive government information, that it is located within the borders of the country. But I guess your point is about further reinforcing that so that there is no risk whatsoever of that being vulnerable to any external nefarious abuse and impact. So that I think it's also part of the takeaway that will then be looking in terms of a reinforcement of regulatory interventions that can then be considered going forward. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Malatsi, and thank you to the department and to all the officials and to the CETA team that has joined us for a very important and critical conversation around AI and around data center, and of course noting the colloquium, policy colloquium that the minister had convened. Thank you so much. I think we have certainly learned as a portfolio committee. We have certainly begun a journey, and we have much work ahead of us. I think it's very heartening to note that at least the AI, we hope to have a policy in place during the period of the 7th administration, hopefully implemented as well whilst we are still at the portfolio committee. Thank you so much for this very useful conversation and discussion on the portfolio committee. Colleagues, we'll park it off there and release the team, and then maybe then invite, thank you so much, Minister, and to the team, you are released. Let me then invite Mr. Ngoma. Mr. Ngoma, you have to give us feedback on two issues. One is the slight amendment to the program that occurred as a result of last week's cancellation, and two is the formulation of the subcommittees. How many members from each political party would we need on each of those subcommittees? Mr. Ngoma?
Acting Chairperson, it's Hajira.
Yes,
Apologies, Mr. Ngoma is there.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you. And I was just
Mr.
about to
Ngoma
indicate.
he likes his screen time. He likes his screen time. I know he'll never give up his screen time.
And I'm not in the same office as the Minister Acting Chair. I
But you're
noticed
looking
that we
good.
have the similar background. Chairperson, I would allow Ms. Sally to just present the changes on the program, and then I'll speak on the invitation to the committee and also on the item that you've requested that I speak to, which is ICASA Council composition of the subcommittee. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sally, you may proceed with the program. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, members. Our last updated program we sent out on the 17th. We've updated this one on the 20th of Feb. This was today's meeting. Obviously, on Friday, nothing has changed, coming Friday. The only change is the item identified in red. It was on the 3rd of March, we were going to deal, it was supposed to be a physical meeting, and we were going to deal with the OEMs. We couldn't find a big enough venue or a venue at all on that day. And there was a decision made that we will move this to a later time as to when we get a suitable venue. In the interim, we've slotted in the briefing by .ZETNA and CETA on the first and second quarter performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is
Thank you,
about the
Hajira.
only amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Mr. Ngoma, back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add an item that would not really feature on the program, Chairperson, that we have an invitation from Netflix to visit the Cape Town Film Studios, scheduled for the 11th of March. We will be sharing the letter in the group. with the members, and then we'll also be taking note of the members that would be available to attend that event on Wednesday, the 11th of March. And then, Chairperson, on the issue of the ICASA Council Subcommittee, as you had earlier indicated, that the committee normally establishes a subcommittee to deal with the issues of vacancies when referred to the committee, as in this instance. We've received a referral for 4 vacancies in the ICASA Council. I'm sure this was spoken to last week. Chairperson, we often establish a 7-member subcommittee. The NA rules does make reservation for us to establish a subcommittee. So we normally establish a 7-member subcommittee as per proportional representation. So in this instance, we would have 3 members from the ANC, and that would include the chairperson, because the chairperson of the committee chairs the subcommittee. And then we would have 1 member from the DA, 1 member, MK Party, 1 member, EFF, and then we'd have 1 member representing what we often term as smaller parties. I know those members from those parties normally do not like it when we use the term of smaller parties, but that would be the IFP and the Patriotic Alliance in our committee. So it's normally a discussion between the 2 members, and then they would agree which one of the members will then be representing the smaller parties in the committee. But Chairperson, because we sometimes have new members in the committee, even if, for an example, the political party does give us names of members, but there's nothing that is stopping other members to sit in and observe the proceedings of the subcommittee, so that they can also gain experience, so that when we deal with these matters, they also know what we're doing. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I've provided the clarity required.
No, thank you, Mr. Ngoma. So, Mr. Ngoma, then can I then therefore take it that we agree, colleagues, upon the establishment of a 7-member subcommittee, and that colleagues, political parties will then provide their names in the WhatsApp group, in the Portfolio Committee WhatsApp group. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Of the names of the political representatives from their party that will be represented in that subcommittee. And then we will be further guided by Mr. Ngoma as to when that subcommittee will meet as its first meeting, and also always understanding that the subcommittee is a subcommittee, of course, of the Portfolio Committee, and that we will, at different junctures, report to the Portfolio Committee on the progress of the subcommittee on the task on hand. So my request then, before we, by next week, colleagues can then deposit the names of, give an indication to Mr. Ngoma, rather, who will be the political nominations in the subcommittee. Colleagues, thank you so much for that. I think there was a slight amendment to the program that was noted. I think we have covered the business of today. I need to thank you all for being present, for engaging very robustly in today's Portfolio Committee. I think we have certainly learned a lot. We certainly have moved forward. Kiabonga Kokolu, thank you all so much. We will meet you in the house, in the physical sitting, no virtual sitting, in the physical sitting in the house at 2 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much. You can say long live the chair, colleagues.
Long live the chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Matafa.